Okay, now let's see if all of the rest of my setup works. Oh, right. Um, oh, I forgot to make coffee. Be right back. One sec. There's also an ad coming up, so I'm just gonna wait. Let's just wait it out. Okay. Oh, 34 seconds left in the ads, but I have coffee. We like coffee. Coffee helps us do coding. Okay, 15 seconds to go. You know what? Let's figure out how to get VS Code working. Then we go over here. Hide game. VS Code. Oh, is that VS Code? That is. Okay. Cool. Let's just start Firefox as well. Associate. Mozzarella Firefox. Oh, good. We have a blank Firefox window, which is exactly what I want. Awesome. And there. I hit that button on my end. And perfect. Welcome. Happy Friday of the first Friday of the new year. Everyone staying sane? Oh, coffee. Oh, I fucked up making the coffee. I got something to make pour over coffee over for Christmas. And I'm not good at it yet. So we have mid coffee today. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm messing up. It's like something to do with the ratios and the like. I'll figure it out eventually. It also probably doesn't help that I drink all my coffee black, but yeah. So let's remember how I did this. Oh, I did actually do that right. And do I create the folder the right way? No, I don't. Oh, damn. Let's fix a bug in this real quick. os.makedir all filepath.join routing kind and year. What is a normal set of modes for a directory? It's like 0755, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. We have a directory made. Now we do go run /command/hydrate and right. Let's do -date 2025-01. Let's schedule this for the future so that way I'm ahead of my production pipeline. Let's go for, let's say Monday of next week. That'll give me enough time to like edit it over the weekend and do things. So today is Friday, tomorrow is Saturday, and Sunday comes afterwards. I don't want this weekend to end. 6. And then we want it to be a blog. And we'll call the slug Squandered Holy Grail. They squandered the Holy Grail. This is going to be my article about Apple intelligence. And oh boy, when you start with a title like that, yeah, I have hashtag opinions about this. And we'll worry about the hero image later. This is going to make things look kind of messed up, so let's just comment that. Oh, it does YAML comments properly. Cool. So, I guess I want to start out. So in a lot of my writing process, what I'll do is I'll start out by just thinking about a thing. And I'll just think about a thing for a while. I'll toss it through my head. I'll like shake down all the aspects of it, and I will generally try to just break everything down to the point where I can talk about it not totally competently, but like comfortably. I have been kind of putting writing this one off because writing about this stuff makes me kind of angry, and I don't like feeling angry. I have one on AI and creativity and how those are and how like modern AI tools could enable creativity with very few changes, but they just don't because that's not as flashy. And that one has a lot of I don't want to say venom, but like anger about the idea of democratizing creativity, you know, in an age where your iPhone is quite literally able to be used as a cinema camera. Or every single copy of macOS ships with a music making program that has been used to make like number one hits on iTunes. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should start with like what was that one Steve Jobs thing? Steve Jobs bicycle for the mind quote. Where is it? Steve Jobs died of ligma. Yeah, it's so sad. Okay, like in November, I had a dream, and in that dream, I had like this really intense multi-hour conversation with Steve Jobs about AI product design and how generative AI is not a product. And I think I might channel some of that into this. The vision of Apple creating bicycles of the mind. Yeah, we'll put that in the notes that you can't see because I'm looking for a quote. All right. I think one of the things that really separates us from the high primates is that we're tool builders. I read a study that measured the efficiency of locomotion for various species on the planet. The condor used the least energy to move a kilometer, and humans came in with a rather unimpressive showing around a third of the way down the list. It was not a. Thank you, Amazon. Jesus. It was not too proud a showing of the crown of creation, so that didn't look good. But then somebody in Scientific American had the insight to test the efficiency of locomotion for a man on a bicycle, and a man on a bicycle, a human on a bicycle, blew the condor away. Completely off the top of the charts. And that's what a computer is to me. What a computer is to me is that it's the most remarkable tool that we've ever come up with. It's the equivalent of a bicycle for our minds. And now, like, based on having used Apple Intelligence a fair bit, I think I'm fairly confident in saying that Apple Intelligence is not a bicycle for the mind. Like, let's just double check what all the features are. Freya Holmer recently put out a video on Gen AI that's really insightful. I'll have to watch that. Probably gonna watch that off stream. I don't want to be a React YouTuber or React. I don't want to go XQC on this. Okay, writing tools, image playground, Genmoji. Genmoji's okay. Mail prioritization. I guess that's fine. It's an hour, so not really for the stream. Yeah, it would be for XQC. Okay, image playground. Oh my gosh, image playground. I have a lot of thoughts on image playground as somebody that's like been playing with Stable Diffusion since it came out. So writing tools, image playground, Genmoji. Oh yeah, with one of my image playground experiments, I fed an image of Steve Jobs into it, and it came out as Gordon Freeman. Let me see if I can find. Did I skate that? I'm pretty sure I skate that. One sec. Let me go looking. I have to look through like a bunch of crap. Okay. Or was it on the? I think I did it on the dedicated Gen AI account on Blue Sky. Let me double check. Right. Basically, one of the most interesting things you could do in Image Playground is you could you can recreate 9/11 with any person, with any 9/11 in the background of any person by taking a picture of that person and then use the city tag, the volcano tag, then add plane, boom, fire, and explode. And this, I fed a picture of Steve Jobs into this, and I cannot see this as anybody other than Gordon Freeman. Like. Like, can't you see that? Isn't that just obviously Gordon Freeman to you? Like, who the hell is Steve Jobs? What else is in this list? Oh yeah, notification summaries. Email summaries don't work half the time on my phone. Actually, none of the summarization features work at all on my phone. Scootaloose over there has had some experiences with notification summaries. Going to have to add the 5-second rule. We'll get into that as we start writing. You know what? Let's actually just start on a positive note. Let's start with the vision of the bicycle of the mind, and like, you know, just like let's talk about the email summarization said I paid $40 for the free game. Oh, I love that. Oh. Yeah. Oh, right. I'm not showing VS Code. You can't see that I'm writing notes. Okay. So let's look back. Apple WDC Intelligence Keynote. Huh. So if you have Apple Intelligence enabled, but you disable notification summarizations, it lags for 5 seconds before toasting a notification. But if you don't, if you totally disable Apple Intelligence, notification delivery is not affected. That is dumb. Okay. So I'm looking at like a secondary source document for the Apple keynote from WWDC just so that we can like remember what Apple Intelligence is supposed to have. Okay, there's Image Playground or Dear God, what? There's message summaries, there's writing tools, and private cloud compute. Oh my god. ChatGPT's integration into Siri, yeah, I don't really consider that a feature. That's more like an inevitability. I mean, I have enabled ChatGPT integration into Siri, and I have never had Siri say, "Would you like to ask ChatGPT about that?" So, like, I don't have any experience with it. Um, Scootaloos, they didn't actually pay Apple anything. Apple is getting the integration with ChatGPT for free in exchange for being the only option right now on the iPhone by default. Or like you have to answer a prompt every time you actually use OpenAI services, but like you have to like you have to see it as a way that they decided to spend all of that to get like a bunch more users and then use that as a way to build capital. Like as much as OpenAI should not be understood as a normal startup, but it is a normal startup. Like Apple was going to have a seat on the board, but then the whole Sam Altman thing happened, and they decided, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have a seat on the board this time, guys. Maybe it'll put us in a bad light. Maybe it'll get the FBCIA looking at us, and we just don't need that in our lives. Yeah, it's kind of a press X to doubt situation anyway. It's explained. Um, 2025 paste and then change the year to 2025. The vision of Apple Intelligence. I'm happy with Bone Stock iOS 18 minus the Photos app. Oh my god, the Photos app changes are so bad. The macOS Photos app is unaffected at least, but the iOS Photos app just went from like passable to intolerable. Okay, looking through this, I think that the best way to explain like what the real vision of Apple Intelligence was is to take advantage of technology to help make lives easier, to make the devices a little more smart, a little more understanding of the context of what it's doing. Hold on, what did the Colonel say in Metal Gear Solid 2? A more serious assistant, yeah. You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context. Contextual understanding. Oh my gosh. There is probably a Metal Gear joke I could make in this. Oh, wait, that's why it's quiet. Oh my gosh. I have not been playing music the entire time. I I'm like, wait, why is this so like painfully quiet? I am smart. I am the smartest. Having a Circle 9 moment in the middle of the stream, eh? That reference is probably gonna be understood by like two people, and for those two people, it's gonna be one of the funniest jokes ever. Uh, let's see. You know what? Oh, it would help if I told this to select audio from the right program. There we go. Okay. Yeah, AI privacy is a differentiation point. Like, this is the really frustrating part about all of the setup of Apple Intelligence because, like, the core that all of this is based on is so perfect that I am livid that it's being squandered like this. Like, when they came out on stage with this slide, this was the this was the part where I was in utter disbelief that they were able to pull this off. Because, like, having seen how the sausage is made with this industry for as long as I have, I know that, like, as a fundamental requirement to be able to act on a request, you must be able to read that request. And based on how developers like tend to log things about requests in order to be able to debug things later, your data is never stored. That seemed sus. Used only for your requests, that also seemed sus because, like, user data fed into a prompt is like the biggest thing that can mess up with generative AI. Like, it's just how it is. Like, fundamentally, nearly all of the hallucinations or times when you get the model off the rails to start like plotting how to create like chlorine gas or something is because user data managed to like get it off its guardrails. And the verifiable privacy promise, like, if those two things didn't hold, the verifiable privacy promise is worthless. Thanks, Reddit, for the cheese pizza with extra glue. No, you don't thank Reddit. You thank Fucksmith. You have to thank the person who originated it, Fucksmith. Um. I just love how, like, in this article where I'm going to be like lampooning the ways that generative AI is used, it's like my editor is just like, hey, hey, you know, you can press Control I. You can continue at Copilot. You can have Copilot do all the writing for you so that you have to still do your laundry and your dishes, but we can do your writing for you. You know, like, And then let's talk about the holy grail of trusted compute. Remotely attested trusted compute. I still not use Copilot as I write less, because as I write less code at my job, I want the joy of writing my own code when working on side projects. Yeah, I will admit, like, most of the reason I use Copilot is to say things like, I don't know, turn this curl command into a fetch call in JS. And then let me just recreate a random curl command. One sec. No, Hacker News would leak a login cookie. Google would leak a login cookie. Let's do it from my own website. I don't have login cookies on my own website, I hope. Network, refresh, and then we copy value, copy URL as curl POSIX. Yeah, and you see all these like heckin' headers? Yeah. And what I'll usually do is I'll just have it do stuff like that and then go on and do other things with my life. And then review that and merge it in, like I have it do the equivalent of like doing my laundry and the dishes for programming, or like the really boring stuff that I know how to do. I've done a billion times, and I just don't want to do a billion in first time. Where is the private cloud compute talks? Like, the private cloud compute security guide, I think should be essential reading for a lot of people that like work in the tech industry, because holy crap. Like, just going over the like abstract. Private cloud compute delivers groundbreaking privacy and security protections to support computationally intensive requests for Apple Intelligence by bringing our industry-leading device security model into the cloud. Whenever possible, Apple Intelligence processes tasks locally on device, but more sophisticated tasks require additional processing power to execute more complicated foundation models in the cloud. Private cloud compute makes it possible for users to take advantage of such models without sacrificing the security and privacy they expect from Apple devices. We designed private cloud compute with core requirements that go beyond traditional methods of cloud AI security. Stateless computation on personal user data. Private cloud compute must use the personal user data that it receives exclusively for the purpose of fulfilling the user's request. User data must not be accessible after the response is returned to the user. Enforceable guarantees. It must be possible to constrain and analyze all the components that critically contribute to the guarantees of the overall private cloud compute system. No privileged runtime access. Private cloud compute must not contain any privileged interfaces that might enable Apple site reliability staff to bypass private cloud compute privacy guarantees. Like, they ripped out sudo. They ripped out the concept of having something that can act as sudo. Like, I have dug through the private cloud compute VM, and it is so incredibly minimal that I lack the ability to describe how minimal it is. An attacker should not be able to attempt to compromise personal information that belongs to specific users without attempting a broad compromise of the entire system. And then security researchers need to be able to verify with a high degree of confidence that our privacy and security guarantees match our public promises. There's a part of this. Yeah. Have any security researchers actually done that verification yet? I'm sure there have been, but the fact that I haven't heard anything probably means they haven't found anything. Because most of the security researchers operate based on hype, and if they can't find anything, there's no hype. Yeah, when they're assembling, each printed circuit board is automatically scanned at high resolution, both optically and X-ray, and then those are run through both anomaly detection mechanisms and human verification. It's it's nuts. Like, it is a level of care that I have never seen anyone else do. You know, maybe Macintosh Plus is a thematically good thing to play during this. I just I just love this song in particular. And prod can be run on your MacBook. You can set up a local copy of a prod machine to punish it all you want. Oh, yeah, the tamper switch. Oh my gosh, the tamper switch. So, what they have rigged the hardware such that if they rigged Apple Intelligence hardware such that if you open it, the machine immediately powers off. It also wipes some volatile memory that contains a like, randomly generated value, and they verify that that value is the same across all the hardware in the fleet like, pretty frequently. And if that value changes, the machine is cordoned off, and then site reliability staff has to go like make sure that the machine hasn't been tampered with. Like, a lot of this seems to be that not only have they done their due diligence to make sure that it's secure at the hardware side, that it's secure at the software side, they also make it logistically difficult to get an individual node added to the private cloud compute pool. And they have like external auditors come in and make sure that the nodes match what they should be. They also have multiple people in unrelated departments at Apple doing the certification. They use hardware. They use like hardware. What is it called? Hardware secure enclaves to sign keys, and they have a key signing ceremony. Like, it is, and not to mention, Apple has lawyers. Even if what you do is legal and you manage to break the privacy guarantees of Apple Intelligence, you're going to get lawyered on, and there is nothing that you can do to prevent yourself from getting lawyered on if they lawyer you. Yeah. Hmm. They rig the hardware to decertify itself when it loses power or gets opened. They made the certification process cumbersome to social engineer around. I'm also assuming that part of their security model here is that they are paying anyone who has physical access for private cloud compute hardware very well. Because, like, I forget where I read this, but I remember reading that one of the best ways to get someone to do something they shouldn't is to pay them. And if they're already paid really well, then, like, money doesn't have any meaning to them anymore. So they're less likely to be swayed by it. Oh, I'm not showing VS Code. Okay, what else is... I mean, there's audio recording summaries as well, but, like, I admit I haven't used that yet. Priority notifications, never worked for me, haven't used it. Email categorization. I admit, when I open my email client, all I do is sort by newest, and that's it. I remember a while ago Google had Inbox. I miss Google Inbox because that was like one of the few mail prioritization programs that actually fucking worked. I feel all this security complexity is probably why Apple doesn't sell you a Mac Mini like box for private cloud compute that you could have in your home network, and then you would never actually need to reach out to private cloud compute. Okay. Huh. I hadn't thought about that. Like, I do have a... On my desk, I have a Mac Mini that I keep forgetting exists. And it would be cool to be able to repurpose it for something like that, but it only has 8 gigs of RAM. And from what I understand, the foundation model that private cloud compute runs in the cloud is something like 70 to 140 billion parameters, and that requires more than 8 gigs of RAM. And honestly, if you're the kind of high value target that would need to worry about OPSEC with something like private cloud compute, I would honestly suggest you disable Apple Intelligence and probably run your phone in lockdown mode. Like, lockdown mode on Apple devices is kind of a nuclear hammer. It makes a lot of things inconvenient, but it's useful in some OPSEC scenarios. I don't know. Oh, what was that other? Oh yeah, cleanup. The Stalin image. Yeah. Okay. The other thing I want to say is generative AI is not a product. Retell the story of having a dream with Steve Jobs and discussing product design, etc. I'll leave out the part of the dream that ended with him saying something along the lines of, Oh, by the way, I know your friends are going to want to hear this, so just before you wake up, I'll do it. I'll say it. And his eyes glowed bright red, and he said, Ligma balls. That, like, bass noise happened, and I woke up. It's like, boom, or whatever. I don't know what that noise is called. Like, chat, what is that noise called? Yeah, Landon. My dreams are messed up. Okay. Generative AI is a tool that products can be made on top of. Is some bass drop sample. Oh, this is one of the better tracks in Floral Shop. It's Untitled 1, and it's I Only Have Eyes for You, but Plunderphonic. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that one. Wow, that was really quiet. Okay. Um Oh, it's sub bass. Okay. Oh, I can't hear sub bass on these headphones. Right. Okay. Let's just I admit the two things I really suck at when I'm writing things are the intro and the conclusion. So, let's just start by like you know what? I'll just talk about my relationship with Apple. A while ago, I got really frustrated at my Samsung S7. It was failing to hold a battery charge or having issues with the Wi-Fi or DNS over LTE or something. And I reached a breaking point where I bust over to Bellevue Square and bought an iPhone 7 without any bought an iPhone 7. Was I using MacBooks before that? I genuinely don't remember because like I know that basically all of the machines that I've ever had for work have been MacBooks. And that has been really convenient because not only do you have like the Apple Store, you also just have a machine that behaves kind of like Linux should and doesn't suck. Well, I mean, it sucks, but like it sucks in ways that are manageable. No, wait, that was when I had the Surface Book, wasn't it? Yeah. It was my first Apple product in a that I'd ever. You had that 12-inch MacBook after the Surface Book. Oh, right. And I got the 12-inch MacBook because the Surface Book shipped with that fucking garbage Marvell Wi-Fi card, when the Intel Wi-Fi card option would have been cheaper and it wouldn't drop packets. Right. Okay. That somehow worked fine for me. You know, maybe it was just that my apartment was a bad RF zone. Like that apartment was kind of bad. Oh, that apartment was horrible. And my first non Android phone since I used Windows Mobile 6 on a T Mobile Dash in high school. Oh, I should add the Atahor's nose. Nah, I'll remove the Atahor's nose this time. Needless to say, I loved it at first sight, and all of my phones since have been iPhones. It really does make me feel better, Scootaloose, to see that I am not the only person who has issues with that weird Wi-Fi dead spot in the living room. Oh god, it's horrible. Why does it say 2024? Oh, you were in the Twitch recap for 2024. Okay. Camera is good enough that I have to go out of my way to make my actual cameras different from what you can get on an iPhone. Hell, the iPhone is a fully capable cinema camera these days. It's easily been one of the best technology moves I've ever done for my creative career. It's easily been one of the best technology moves I've ever done for my creative career. The device enables me to do things and create memories of them to share with others. Bicycles for the mind. A lot. The core vision, way back in when did Steve Jobs say that quote? I know it was at like something. From the Startup Archive, no. Does this give a date source for it? Oh, 1981. Okay. Way back in 1981, Steve Jobs one of the co-founders of Apple, described the vision of Apple computers like this. I think I have a block quote component in my blog setup. I'm not sure, but let's just assume that we do. What a computer is to me is that it's the most remarkable tool we've ever come up with, and it's the equivalent of a bicycle for our minds. In this, he means that a computer allows us to, I admit that this is, quote, mined from a larger segment about energy. You know what? Let's just do the whole thing. How bad does that look? And then let's go to the preview site real quick. Oh, it didn't upload it yet? Okay. Oh, there, now we go. Let's just move this terminal up into the editor area so that we can ignore it better. Oh, it doesn't have the ability for me to add a source? Okay, let's do some quick React programming here. Let's go to the components. Let's go to block quote. Oh. Okay, and then what we need is author, or no, it's going to be source bang equals null question mark the stuff if it's true block quote mother and child. Oh, that's something nobody here is going to get. I'll put some fragments in there, and if there is a source, then make it a block quote element because semantic. Yeah, I have a custom block quote component. I do use normal block quotes, but I have a custom block quote component, and I'm just adding a quick, adding a source here, adding source and author. You know what? Let's just assume if the source is not null, then the author is not null. Why don't... Do we need citations? Oh, let's just be bad. Is there a Tailwind playground or something? Ah, Tailwind play. Okay. So let's delete all of this, and then we're going to let's just paste all the stuff we have here first. class equals text dash sm, and then we're going to have pt dash 4. Oh, wait. Oh. I don't know HTML. Let's use that then. Okay, so okay, and then how does that do it? And then you do a dash and then Steve Jobs site. No, I don't know if that did it. Okay, deployed the preview site. Oh, it's gonna deploy several times. Oh, right, I don't... right, okay. Ahref equals then... No, no, oh god, why is it... Okay, what is it called? It's called inline block. Yeah. No, why are you putting it on a new line? You should not be putting it on a new line. Is it because of the formatter? Okay, let's try Control-Shift-P. No, stop downloading the C# tooling. Oh my gosh. No, why are you downloading .NET? Oh my gosh. Okay. QWFP. Control... P. Oh no, Control Shift P to bring up the command palette. Save without formatting. Does that fix it? Error rendering the page. Okay, so the formatter is correct here. I hate computers so much right now. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to not have it activate this as a... Or actually, you know what? Let's do it the dumb way. Let's do it the caveman way. Okay, that's not ideal, but it's fine. Apple computers aim to make it easier for people to be creative while spending less energy to do it. One of the big things that Apple made... Okay, so visual word processors were something that already existed, and it was something that you were able to get on like MS-DOS or, you know, Unix workstations or whatever. But Apple built the entire computer around the idea of enabling things like word processors. And that was one of the creative reasons why they used a black and white display for the Macintosh, because at the time, black and white CRTs were much easier to read than color CRTs, and they wanted the computer to be focused on good typography and the like. Yeah, okay. So one of the big things that Apple made the Macintosh for was typography. With that, they made... What was it called? MacWriter? MacWrite. Yeah. No, I don't want to copy just a slash. I want to copy the whole URL, Firefox. When the Mac was being first created, it was clear the users would interact it differently from other personal computers. Typical computers of the era booted into text-only disk operating system or basic environments requiring the user to type in commands. Some of these programs may have presented a graphical interface on their own, but on the Mac, users would be expected to stay in the standard GUI for launching and running programs. This presented a problem to Apple. The Mac was planned to be launched in 1983 with a new UI paradigm, but no third-party software would be available for it, nor could users easily write their own. Several members on the Mac team took it upon themselves to write simple programs to fill these roles until third-party developers published much more full-fledged software. The result was MacWrite and MacPaint. So MacWrite was an example program, really. Okay. With that, they made MacWrite, one of the 2 programs that shipped with every Macintosh computer for free. If you were used to having to write documents out by hand or using a typewriter to make them, the leap to something like a word processor is so amazingly vast that it's difficult anyone younger than me to comprehend it. Imagine not being able to reliably use the backspace key. Imagine a world where all you could do was write more text. Sure, there were ways to cover up a mistyped letter, but they were vastly more inconvenient than just ignoring it or retyping the word and crossing the wrong one out by hand. Word processors let you use the backspace key to delete text and then look at the screen to get a reasonable approximation of what the printed document would look like. To say that this enables a vastly different kind of creative process is like saying that water makes things damp. Word processors like MacWrite absolutely transformed the ways that everyone used computers. Oh, I ran out of songs. Let's go find another thing. Let's go to Prism Corp. On an unrelated note, I cannot hear the word bicycle without, if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike guy intruding into my mind. What? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. 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 I got stymied. I have been played. It seems to be that part of winter where my nose is getting kinda fucked. I should have gotten that Bulldog, eh? They were bicycles without the mind, for the mind, and without them, our world would be starkly different. I shudder to imagine that NaNoWriMo would be a thing without word. So let's have this section about Apple Intelligence. Okay. I admit, like, titling sections is titling things is hard for me. Um, you know what? Let's actually call this like intelligence as a faucet. Uh, Way back when Spotify was first like introduced, their vision for Spotify was that music becomes a faucet. You turn on the faucet when you want music, and you turn off the faucet when you don't want it anymore. So, based on my read of the Apple keynote at the time, and like both recollections of the keynote, I looked back off screen. I looked at some of my Discord messages in the Pony Dev thread when everyone was just like, "Whoa, what the hell is this shit?" And getting our minds successively blown right after the other about how Apple's vision for Apple Intelligence seems to be like intelligence as a faucet, where if you need your device to come in and help, it will. And sometimes your device will, like, gently nudge things in order to be a bit more smart than it is, like a true smart phone. Like, putting intelligent capabilities on a smartphone just fundamentally makes sense. So let's call it intelligence as a faucet. When was it? Oh, yeah. Apple announced Apple Intelligence. Thank you, me, for not clicking on the right thing. Let's remove the Canada tag here. Apple announced Apple Intelligence, a set of features aimed at making your smartphone smart. A lot of the crux of a lot of okay, so what was it? I remember that there was this one thing that Craig Federighi said on stage. It was like, "Show me that podcast I sent my wife my wife sent me the other week." What was it? Why can't I search images on Discord chats? Okay, where's the dub thread? Yeah, I just remember like looking through this thread again, like people were saying things like you know, insane pog. Oh yeah, that's when they announced that Pal World is coming to the Mac in February. I still love that Pal World's coming to the Mac. That's gonna be something to witness. I mean, it's likely going to make things. It's gonna work fine. Like, Death Stranding works fine, and Death Stranding is arguably a more visually intense game than Pal World is. Oh, right. That's what I said. Give us pregnant Waluigi, Craig. Okay. Where is the... Where is that thing? Uh... Oh, this was before they announced Apple Intelligence, right? No. Where is the... that one thing? It's like... Show me that... Yeah, I can't find it. Oh, thank you, Ali Post. Play the podcast that my wife sent the other day. Thank you so much for that, Ali Post. You are a lifesaver. And that was Craig Federighi saying that, right? How do you spell Craig Federighi? Craig Apple. Oh, I would not have guessed how to pronounce that. No. Just double check. The biggest thing that stood out to me was this example that Craig Federighi claimed. Craig Federighi used to oh yeah, it was Craig Federighi. Okay. The biggest thing that stood out to me was this example of what Apple Intelligence was going to enable. If they could really just correlate things, categorize links, and if they could really just correlate things, categorize things, and make all of that context visible to Siri, that would be fundamentally transformative in ways that the word processor would be to people that didn't have it before. Everything else done with it would be added bonuses or party tricks on the side. The real benefit would be being able to search through all of your digital life with simple digital life across every app with simple queries. And then have your phone do things for you. If they could really just correlate things, categorize links, and make all that context visible to Siri, that would be fundamentally transformative in ways that the word processor would be to people that didn't have it before. Everything else done with it would be added bonuses or party tricks on the side. The real benefit would be being able to search through all of your digital life across every app with simple queries, and then have your phone do things for you. Sure, Craig's example was playing a podcast, but the basic idea holds for other types of media too. Share those pics from San Francisco, CISCO, to... Why is it San Francisco and not San Fran Transco? I swear. Share those pics from San Francisco to Instagram. All this context that everything is building up would finally be useful to the users instead of just useful to the companies making all of the apps we use. Then they casually dropped the holy grail of trusted compute. They want it to make all Apple devices be able to tap into intelligence as a faucet in the same way that Spotify lets you tap into music as a faucet, and that the AWS API lets you tap into compute as a faucet. This is massive, and if it was pulled off right, would be the new standard that companies like Samsung and Google would clone, just the same way they cloned the iPhone. Then they casually dropped the holy grail of trusted compute. One of the biggest problems with modern... what do you call this? Okay, okay, so... What I'm trying to express here is the idea that a lot of our modern compute Oh yeah, PIIPP. Yeah. Okay, so one of the biggest problems with the way that we use modern computers is that a lot of our apps are really just thin shells for responses generated by a server. Like when you look at Instagram, what you're really doing is your phone is sending a request to Instagram to grab some posts and then and then it will generate a feed of the posts and images and then fetch all the images and show it on the screen. But if you are on an airplane or you just don't have a data connection, the Instagram app is basically worthless because all of that because the Instagram app is really just a thin shell to the web services that power it. And Apple Intelligence, by comparison, is something that is local when possible, but when it absolutely has to, it will defer tasks to more powerful hardware in the cloud, but do so in a way that still respects your privacy. So, okay, I think I know where to go here. With modern applications, is that they are thin shells around web services. When you open the Instagram or Blue Sky apps, your phone makes a request to their servers and then shows you posts when it gets a response. You don't know or care how those responses are getting made. You just know that when you open the app, you get content, and that makes you happy. And then, oh no, stop it, Copilot. However, when you don't have Signal, you don't have the app. Go on an airplane, and once you get out of reception, the app is worthless. Go on an airplane, and once you get out of reception, and once you run out of reception, you can't queue posts to be made when you get back into Signal. You can't view posts that were available before you lost connection. The app breaks. This is the way nearly every single app on my phone works. With only two exceptions. Signal and everything Apple makes. You can't even view things that you just posted in some cases. The app breaks and you are slowly alienated from your data, one photo at a time. I just turn off my phone when I'm on a plane and play games on my Steam Deck. Usually in such a way that I don't need internet access at all to do so. Let's... Not to mention, you don't know how the services that power your apps work. People, or the market at large does not want to pay for chat programs or social media. This running chat programs... Oh, there's an ad break coming up. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Oh, I don't have like a variant of the setup screen that says like "be right back" or something. I need to do that at some point. I am the smart. Okay, be right back. Current background music feels very similar to Balatro, a game I am definitely not addicted to. Yeah, what you're listening to is Prism Corp Virtual Enterprises, which is vaporwave. I guess that's the best way to put it. Yeah. We're about to reach the end of that, so when we hit the end of this, I'm going to put on New Dreams Limited New Dreams Limited. Yeah. You're listening to some like really chill vaporwave. Running chat programs and social media apps is mind-bogglingly expensive. I'm trying to update an SDK for a mod I'm working on. Can anyone here help? What mod for what game are we talking about? Because with certain types of games, the answer may just be it's not possible. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. I have never heard of that one. Oh, it's new? Then, oh yeah, it's gonna be... You're gonna have a bad time. Insert Sans voice. But I know basically nothing about game modding. I do know that it is... Okay, so the problem with modding a new game is that new games are the least understood unless it's built on a foundation that's already well understood. Like, for example, modding Shadow Generations was really easy because the community had already spent a lot of effort into modding Sonic Forces and Sonic Frontiers, and Shadow Generations is built on the same foundations as Sonic Forces and Sonic Frontiers. It's built on Unreal Engine 5. Well, then that's a wild card. I know nothing about modding Unreal Engine. Venture capital only lasts so long. And the companies involved have to make money somehow. The big pile of user data starts to look like a really good thing to mine in order to make a profit. The absolutely crazy part about Apple Intelligence is that they claimed to be giving you access to all of the giving you access to do their remote okay, so what I'm trying to say here is Apple Intelligence has two parts, on device and on server. When at all possible, it does it on device. But when it can't do it on device, it does it on server. And they want the on server flow to have the same privacy guarantees or even more than the on device flow does. This stands in stark contrast to the goal of something like Apple Intelligence. When possible, Apple Intelligence will run on your device. Uh, Apple AI Weight 8 NVMe paper. Yeah, LLM in a flash, right? That archive paper. Yeah. Apple went and then went out of their way to make it possible and easy to run large language models and other AI models on device without having to make too many compromises. For context, Strafes 37, I'm writing an article titled They Squandered the Holy Grail, which is talking about how I believe that Apple Intelligence, the features that add AI to the iPhone, is a failure. And it's like a failure in a really subtle way. Apple went out of their way to make it possible and easy to run large language models and other AI models on your device without having to make too many compromises in the process. If something is done on your device, or at least on hardware that you can look at, like a Mac Mini, then the computation is infinitely more private than anything involving making a request to the outside world. In Apple's dub keynote, they claimed that they had a system called private cloud compute that would enable users to have the same privacy guarantees with. Okay, in Apple's dub keynote, they claimed they had a system called Private Cloud Compute that would enable users to have the same privacy guarantees or more when making requests out over the network as they did for computations running on their local devices. This seemed impossible to me. From what I know about how the web service sausage is made, it seems impossible to have guarantees like Or Moe. Oh, yeah. It's... Oh, right. VS Code doesn't mark Moe as misspelled because I'm a fucking weeb. These guarantees at the same time. User data is only used to fulfill requests and then erased. The load balancing infrastructure does not know who is making the request or what server it's going to. What are some of the other things? Like, researchers are able to inspect and verify the private cloud compute system and simulate it on their laptops. Apple site reliability staff does not have privileged access to private cloud compute nodes. And logs are minimized and at the compiler level. Like the trick of how Apple is able to limit the amount of data that is being logged on the private cloud compute nodes at the compiler level is just mind-bogglingly cool. Like they have special behavior in the compiler based on the individual formatting strings that are used to log data, and those formatting strings are what are allowed to are the allow list for what is allowed to be exfiltrated from the node, or even logged, or even like successfully logged in the first place. It is mind-bogglingly cool, and it's a shame that it's being like squandered on this. if you have any modicum of site reliability experience, this seems like an unsatisfiable set of constraints. It seems literally impossible. Yet here they are claiming that they have done it. Reliability. The the technical details of how they pulled this off is well worth reading, if only because it is the first time I have ever seen any AI company put together any company's AI product. Put together a cogent security model and release that security model to the public. TLDR. They X-ray the hardware at every step of the assembly process and compare that to reference images in order to combat threats from hardware add-ons being, or from what's the name for like a bug or something? What's it called? It's like a supply chain thing. I know that Bloomberg posted some thing about Supermicro. It was like a hardware plant or something. Of course, I'm getting paywalled. I don't know. Let's just call it a from factory workers adding unapproved hardware to the boards of the servers. You can set up your own local copy of a private cloud compute node and punish it with all the hellfire you want to see if you can break it and get root. Apple will pay you a lot of money if you can. The hardware certification process involves a lot of unrelated people in unrelated departments of Apple. Every private cloud compute node is rigged to not only decertify itself when power is removed, they also rigged the main power for the board to the chassis intrusion switch. Open the server, power gets cut and the node is decertified. Every time your devices make a request to private cloud compute, they what is the term for it? They record the node ID that was used to fulfill it, and you can go in and verify that all of the nodes your device used are still certified. The production OS images are free for the public to download and not encrypted. In any way. This is literal madness in comparison to how most other AI products are run. Most of the time an AI product is run on some GPUs you got somewhere that run some firmware that you probably haven't tested or verified, even though everyone with access to the GPU can rewrite the firmware on demand, can reflash the firmware. With BOG, standard, Nginx, or something choosing to route your requests to a service running somewhere without any real guarantees that the service is not logging and storing literally everything you put into it. From a user privacy standpoint, it's basically the same as using Instagram. You assume that everything is being logged and used to make money somehow. Apple is standing in stark opposition to this and saying, no, we ain't doing that. And then backing it all up with code as well as detailed documentation for how they pulled it all off. What did they do? I remember they released a bunch of source code. Where is that? Yeah, it's in the source code thing. They also released the source code for most of the security critical parts of private cloud compute openly on GitHub. This is the holy grail for holy grain remotely attested trusted compute. This OS is the kind of thing that Richard Stallman was warning about in let's move this over here. The right to read. I'm not generally a GNU slunker, but like the right to read is probably worth reading, even though it's kind of like absurdly apocalyptic in that way that you'd only get from Richard Stallman. But it spells out a world where computers are incredibly locked down, and the only way to and like access to debuggers and compilers is strictly limited, and it's basically like what would happen if something like Private Cloud Compute's OS was what shipped on all consumer computers. You don't get anything but the ability to run software that was shipped with the OS image. Every package that makes up the important parts of the OS are split into two types: code and data. You cannot mix code into a data package or vice versa. What they're doing with cryptexes is unironically actually really cool, and they've been slowly rolling it out to all of their systems with Apple Intelligence, and I figure that cryptexes are going to be what they use for doing updates in the future, because it's just so fundamentally like better. If this OS were shipped to computers, you would have a nearly that would make it basically impossible to tinker with. There are many reasons why you would want such a thing in the the era of phone scamming the elderly. I'll link to a random Kitboga video. Oh, Kitboga maze. Yeah, I'll link to the maze. Oh my gosh, the impossible scammer maze. That is one of my favorite Kitboga videos is the impossible scammer maze that he made where he had this like phone tree that just is possible to get to a human, but statistically so unlikely to get to a human that you just give up or you won't. However, for something like a private compute cloud, it's a perfect match. All the computer can do is known in advance, and nothing else is allowed to happen. This makes it a lot easier to ensure that privacy guarantees are that guarantees. It's really frustrating that this foundation of it's really frustrating that this foundation, like the Apple Private Cloud Compute Foundation, that like really solid, really good technical foundation, is just being squandered on like 9/11 simulation or whatever. This foundation of trusted compute is being squandered. I wish I had an OS like private compute as an option for building production systems. And then actually we'll call this section like what's the just like something about the enshittification of everything. As thin as my signal. Let's use that as a placeholder. That might work. Okay, I'm getting this idea now. Okay, so way back in like the pre-social media era, there were like two types of computers you could get on the market. There's thin clients and thick clients. Thin client is something that just has enough smarts to display text on the screen and then defers all the computation to another thing. This is like a serial terminal or like an enterprise thin client that connects to a Citrix server or something. And then a thick client is the term for like workstation computer or MacBook. So, like, in a way, modern apps are really just thin clients around the web services that power them. And there's not many apps that are thick clients because that's harder to develop and takes longer. And the longer it takes, the less profit you can make. You know? Apps as thin as reception. I know that Ed Zitron probably has a really good thing for this in one of his articles. I've been reading Ed Zitron a lot this last year. I want to talk with Ed at some point. Sounds like a nice. It sounds like he's got the right idea. Okay. What we got? How many words am I at right now? Let's let this think a little. Because this one's probably going to be like 5 kilowords or something. Oh yeah, we're like halfway in and we're already at 2,200 words. This is a good post. Let's add a link to Ed Zitron here. Never forgive them. As every single platform we use is desperate to juice growth from every user, everything we interact with is hyper monetized through plugins, advertising, microtransactions, and other things that constantly gnaw at the user experience. We load websites expecting them to be broken, especially on mobile, because every single website has to have 15 plus different ad trackers, video ads that cover large chunks of the screen, all while demanding our email or for us to let them send us notifications. God. Like, what Ed Zitron is talking about is stuff that, like, I know the, like, a lot of the tech industry has known. Like, why do you think so many people in tech set up their own Plex servers and avoid using third-party streaming sites? It's not just because they're cheap. When did Apple Intelligence launch date? When the heck did it launch? Analytics. October 28th, 2024. We got the first batch of Apple Intelligence features at the end of October 2024. With that, we got writing tools to help you summarize. And hey, Krosk 4K, welcome. I'm writing an article about how Apple Intelligence is, I think Apple Intelligence is kind of a failure and why it's difficult to explain why. And a lot of this is focusing on like the vision of what computers offer. It's focusing on like the vision of Apple Intelligence. It's focusing on like how people's experiences with modern computers are like, the batshit fucking cool foundation that Apple Intelligence is built on top of. And then what we got, and my thoughts about how generative AI is not a product. I need to add some more stuff into this. This is part 2 in a part 6 series. I was going to have another thing about like generative AI is useful for creativity, but most people are just using it to make an infinite slot machine. Off stream, I have a couple drafts on my typewriter. I tried to write that a bit over my winter break, and I was having trouble because it was just making me angry writing it. And I didn't want to feel angry. Seems like an interesting read. Yeah, that's the goal. I'm working on like 6 articles about this. This was going to be part 3, but I've been having trouble getting part 2 written. So, yeah, the first one was called Soylent Green is People, and it's describing how like technology is amoral, but the ways that it's constructed and used are what end up making it moral or immoral. The other ones are like the nature of art and content, on like how generative AI genuinely can be useful as part of the process of creating art, but not as a replacement for the process of creating art. Then there's this one, which is They Squandered the Holy Grail. There's the Endless Skinner box, which is describing my thoughts on how generative AI is being used to create things like Infinite Shrimp Jesus on Facebook, or how it's being used by Instagram to create fake influencers. And another one that I'm titling "What is AI actually useful for?" And in that, I'll probably be discussing a fair bit of some of the research I've been doing, and I hope to have a paper or like an academic, scientific, goddamn paper by June of next year. Or no, that's this year. Oh God, it's 2025 now. That's June of this year. Oh Jesus. Oh, it's 2025. Did you publish those? No, I haven't written them yet. I did publish Soylent Green is People, though. I'll link it in the chat for you to read later. Soylent Green is People is kind of a 5.3 thousand word article though, so it's going to take a while to read, and it's also got like a lot of nuance and the like in there. Yeah, uh, I've been slowly working to get all of these things ready. But like I said, the problem with writing this is that like I have to try hard to not let it make me angry because like I've worked enough with generative AI to like understand how this stuff can be used to actually make things better, but I've also worked with it to enough to understand that like generative AI is not a product unto itself. It can be part of a product, but it's not the product itself. Like even ChatGPT, which is like the poster child of generative AI products, the generative AI is actually a really small part of it. Because most of it is just a boring CRUD app. Well, and like moderation or whatever. What features did Apple Intelligence launch with? To help you summarize and rewrite text. Summaries for notifications, web pages, and emails. There's something else. Oh, that's when they added cleanup, right? That's when they added the Stalin meme. Uh, Natural language photo search. Okay, the natural language photo search that they added is actually kind of good, but it's also kind of bad, but it's also really good. I have a lot of complicated feelings about it because it's the kind of feature that really does like fade into the background. Yeah. Have you seen this one? Is that the Yes, that is on my list of things to see. It's just like an hour long video. What else is there? Oh, we got math notes. I have nothing bad to say about math notes. Holy crap, math notes is so good. But I don't think it's an AI feature. But oh my god, math notes is perfect. I love math notes so much. It allows me to use the notes app instead of Excel for a lot of things. Like, oh my god. Like, clean up in case you want to remove things from photos. The ability to search for photos based on their contents. Siri being able to search through the documentation for your device, and math notes. And math notes let you solve equations in the Notes app. I just want by saying that out of all of these features, the one that I love the most is Math Notes. Holy crap, Math Notes is incredible. Lets you type out things like rent equals 2,300, family size equals 2, rent per person, or rent divided by family size equals, and then the Notes app will let's put this in a fixed width box because I don't know how my Markdown engine is going to format that. 2,300 divided by 2, that's 1,150. And then the Notes app will just insert 1,150 after that last equal sign. It's fantastic. I end up using this to do basic calculations with variables, including terrible estimates for how much money I'm making versus spending. It's probably one of the best features ever made for any Apple device ever. I'm gonna break down my feelings about what later we got image playground and email categorization. I'm going to break down my feelings about that mythical personal context is omnipresent in the advertising, yet somehow it's not launched yet. I'm going to break down each of my feelings about each of these features in their own little sections. After having used them somewhat extensively. Math Notes. I just want to start out by saying that out of all of these features, the one that I love the most is Math Notes. Holy crap, Math Notes is incredible. I'm not the target audience for writing tools. I've written a bunch of articles on my blog, and frankly, I don't really need help from an AI model in order to write. I have a bigger problem not writing than I do writing. With that in mind, writing tools is basically useless for me. It's just a way to get a slightly worse version of what I already have the ability to make myself better. In the process, you end up in the process, or using writing tools makes me feel the worst side effects of AI tools and how they replace the creative process instead of adding to it. When I put text through writing tools, I get an opaque answer. I don't get layers into the answer or steer ability beyond make this professional or turn this into a table. I just get a blob of text that can be painful to read. For example, I asked writing tools to use that last paragraph, and here's what I got. Let me just paste this into my MacBook real quick. By the way, in case you're wondering, the way that I copy text between my computers is that I literally send it to myself as a message on Telegram, because that seems to be the best way to do cross-platform clipboard management. I hate it too. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh heckin' goodness. I can't make this up. Hold on. Oh, there's an ad. Okay, so I pasted this paragraph into writing tools, and I got back, hold on, let me see if I can pull up the image in StreamFox. Open with Firefox. Firefox, just once. I got back this. Certain capabilities are unavailable at this time. Try again later. I literally cannot make this up. This is literal comedy. Oh my goodness. Okay, does this work for that in particular, or does it work for like anything? Hold on. Let me grab some random crap out of my email. Oh, heck. AGDQ is on Sunday. Oh goodness. Oh yay. Oh yay. I am so happy to hear that. Uh let me open my other notes app and see if I can find something that uh writing tools, proofread. To friendly. Oh, okay. So if I do summary on something that's short enough, it will just say no. But if I do friendly. Oh, okay. Are unavailable at this time. Try again later. I try. You can't make this up. I asked it to make it friendlier, and I got this. Using writing tools has some serious drawbacks. It feels like it's taking away the creative process instead of enhancing it. When I input text into writing tools, I get a generic response that lacks depth and customization options. It's like getting a one-size-fits-all answer that's hard to follow and doesn't allow for much creativity. I like I wouldn't write something like that. Like that has the same like that has a similar message, I guess, but it's just that doesn't feel like me. If you're getting at, I don't know. Like, how do you words? You're picking up what I'm putting down, though, right? It can be useful for taking a bunch of ranting I do on stream and turning that into an outline that I can use for a starting point in writing, but it does a terrible job of doing the writing for me. I imagine that for other people that don't have extensive English experience, that be a lot more useful, but I don't know. Oh, I forgot to get a screenshot of it, but when I opened my MacBook, I got a summarization from a scam text message that said, "You need to pay your import duties." What? Oh, I should have gotten a screenshot of that notification summary. Fuck. Can I get it to refabricate it? Oh, I can. Hold on, let me just black out the phone number, because it's probably some innocent person's phone number that's doesn't know it's being used by scammers. I mean, they probably know because people are probably angering at them about it, but you know, they don't know. I want to be polite. Okay, get a square. Put it there. Put it there. Done. And then rename this to SMS scam fail. Okay. Notification, message, and email summaries. This is the bigger feature that sounds like a good idea until you actually implement it and use it with adversarial input in the wild. This is the biggest feature that sounds like a good idea until you actually implement it and use it with adversarial input in the wild. The core idea is that when you get a bunch of notifications from your apps, you have a stack of things that are hard to, or that can be tedious to. Unrelated, Barrier is the only good software for sharing mouse, keyboard, and clipboard between PCs. Yeah, the problem is that I not only have to share it between like Windows, Mac, and desktop Linux, I also have to share it with my iPad and my phone. And adding in the iPad and phone is where it gets really annoying, because like the clipboard is copied between all of my Apple devices with universal control. By the way, underrated feature, totally goated, amazing implementation. It's just that I can't use that on Linux. I can't use that on Windows. It's... Oh, the music stopped. Yeah, then Telegram save messages is the goat there. Yeah, that's what I use. A summary is easier to digest and gets the point across much easier. This works great until it doesn't. Here's the summary of a scam text message I got today. I got as I was writing this post. Let me pull it up on the CDN. /25 squandered holy grail /SMS scam fail.jpg. Package delivery delayed due to incomplete address information. Statistically, many people are just waiting for packages to show up. That, like, with how, like, the modern world is, statistically, any given person is about 50% likely to be waiting for a package to show up. And given that I live in Canada, a non-trivial fraction of those packages are international, or come from outside Canada. So, you know, like, it makes sense as a scam vector. But Apple intelligence is not able to market an obvious scam as scam or spam as spam. It just assumes everything is valid, which is terrifying. Oh yeah, I need to put VS Code back up on the stream. This phrase is a literal scam message in ways that make me think immediate action is required. You can see how this doesn't scale, right? It's gotten to the point where the news has reported on Apple intelligence. Oh, I'm going to add that bit about how Apple intelligence fucked up that Luigi Mangione thing where they said he killed himself in custody. I need to get the stuff from the Beebs. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is from BBC. The BBC has complained to Apple after the tech giant's new iPhone feature generated a false headline about a high-profile murder in the United States. This week, the AI-powered summary falsely made it appear that BBC News had published an article claiming that Luigi Mangione, the man arrested following the murder of healthcare insurance CEO, had shot himself. He has not. A spokesperson from the BBC said the corporation had contacted Apple to raise this concern and fix the problem. Apple declined to comment. The problem with using AI as a medium is that it mostly smooths over all the possible scam red flags. Yeah, like, it's no replacement for a human. Even more, if you have Apple Intelligence enabled but disable notification summaries because you find them worthless. For some of the other features, where is it? I'm pretty sure it was on. Did you skeet about that, Scootaloose? I don't think you did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you didn't skeet about the notification summary notifications being delayed. Oh, you posted about it on Discord, I think. Yeah, you only posted about it on Discord. I haven't been... It's kind of depressing that telling your computer to do less work makes the result take longer than doing more work. Additionally, none of the summarization features work on my iPhone, and I can't be bothered to figure out why and fix it. I personally don't find them useful. I just leave them enabled on my MacBook so that no notification delivery is not impacted. I won't talk about features that I haven't used. I don't use cleanup. Like, okay, I'm going to talk about cleanup because, like, oh my gosh, okay, as much as I hate getting into, like, the pretentious artist crap, I'm going to get into the pretentious artist crap in order to describe why I don't like cleanup, because as an artist, if I capture an image and I share an image, I want that image to be an accurate description of what was there at the time. I don't want if there are distracting elements in the background, then I reframe the shot so as to make those distracting elements not as distracting. Like, sometimes I'll even position the camera so that the distracting elements are behind the subject so you just can't see them. Like, and in terms of a camera just like recapturing reality, the fundamental idea of cleanup just feels counter to that. Hello, Canara ZH. I'm a photographer. I want to capture reality as it is, not as it ought to be, yeah. When I frame a shot and take it, I want that the data coming off of the sensor to be the data that makes up the image. I want to avoid as much processing as possible, and I want the photo to be a reflection of reality as it is, not reality as it should have been. Sure, sometimes I'll do some color correction in post, but that doesn't change the content of the image, only its presentation. Cleanup is best explained by this meme. Okay, and then copy this image and then paste it in Telegram, put it on the CDN. Call it Stalin photo. If you're internet literate enough, you know exactly what photo I'm referring to. The one where Joseph Stalin was like side by side with some guy, but they didn't want somebody else to be in the image, so they just removed him from the image. By this famous photo editing example. He's the Prime Minister of the Soviet Union. Okay. We'll call it Stalin photo. And a picture of Joseph Stalin, former prime Minister of the Soviet Union. Nikolai... yeah, it's the example photo showing Nikolai Yezhov being removed after he was purged, yeah. Okay. And then, what does it look like on the website? Oh, a picture of Joseph Stalin, former Prime Minister of the Soviet Union, next to Nikolai Yezhov before and after being removed from Soviet history after being purged. Was it like the Great Purge or something? I need to... censorship of images in the Soviet Union. Oh, political purges, right. Oh, okay. It's just called a purge. Okay. Cleanup is best explained by this famous photo editing example. This tool allows you to capture a moment in time as you wish it happened, not as it actually happened. I don't like this from a philosophical standpoint. I'd much rather capture things as they were. As such, I haven't used clean up and can't talk about it much more. Image Playground is the one that I have a lot of opinions about. Oh god, Image Playground. Let me compress this folder real quick and copy it from my MacBook to my Windows PC. Again, over Telegram shared messages. I have a NAS. It's still easier to use shared messages. Okay, it's called appleintelligence.zip. It has a folder in there called Apple Intelligence. I'll put it on G:, which is my scratch drive. Come on. Spin up drive. There you go. Oh, Firefox can't open Hake files? Okay. Is there a Hake to JPEG tool for Linux? Or is that where you use ImageMagick? It is. Okay. HEIF dash convert. Lib HEIF. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. Let me just install this real quick. Oh, I can just do it from a in editor terminal so you can see me fail at this in real time. That's why you're here, isn't it? No, I don't want to. Oh, it should be a Python package. Okay. G slash Apple Intelligence brew install lib HEIF. Oh, hey, that worked. Cool. Why is it taking so long to extract all these files? Hi, what are you gonna write about Apple Intelligence? Oh, I am writing about it. Docrect. I am writing about it. It is not going to write. It is have am writing or have written. I've written a lot about it so far, like, you know, going from theory to like how they implemented it and how it's like fucking magical on their end. Like the one good feature, math notes, and then I'm going through the stuff I don't like. So let's paste this random bit of shell script and see what it does. Input file does not exist. Beautiful. Oh, that hake, not haif. Behold a fish script. Yeah, Okay, so I just passed some like fairly random prompts to Apple Intelligence, and here are some of the results I got. Like it's generating 1024 by 1024 images, so like, and it's also converting it from Hake to JPEG, so there's going to be some generational loss that isn't present in the original images, but Firefox won't load Hake images, so like I got asked it to make some tarot cards in the illustration style. The illustration style is absolute garbage. Do not use it. It just comes out as like satanic. Like you can get some decent results, but anytime you get like details, it just falls to bits. Or if you ask it to make playing cards, oh god, it suffers with playing cards. And the worst part is that a lot of these look fine on a mobile phone screen, but the second you look at them on anything in detail, and oh yeah, this is when I fed Steve Jobs into the algorithm and it came out with Gordon Freeman. That hat looks like it's made out of skin. Yeah. But yeah, it turned Steve Jobs into Gordon Freeman. You get like a backpack, you got a blunt, you got some beer. The beer is smoking. That's how you know it's good beer, right? Germans in the chat, don't answer that. Here, one of the benchmarks I use for AI models is having it make the Space Needle, and I know what that looks like, but I can't say what it looks like on Twitch. The image gen is no good. Let's let you just choose for yourself on what you think about it. It's burger, lighthouse, fireworks. Get some Nova Scotia freedom in ya. Burger, Volcano City. Burger, fireworks night. Got a nice scenic winter town where the connections of these houses don't line up. Now, this one was the only result that I got from the illustration style that came out fine. Like, obviously, as an artist, I can look and see that some of the stars are fucked up, but yeah, the animation style has this just like placid vibe to it that I don't really know how to describe other than it's like the AI look. I asked it to make to combine a computer and a VCR, and I got this. I'm sure if I like a proper comparison would like show the same prompts fed into Stable Diffusion XL or something, but oh yeah, I asked it to make whiskey. It looks like whatever the AI version of badly 3D printed is. Yeah. The thing that's hard to like emphasize how bad it is it's gonna look worse in this because I recompressed Hake to JPEG, and Hake and JPEG are lossy formats. But the text is just bad. Like it's worse because the recompression, but the text is just bad in general. I asked it to make the internet. This is the internet. A sword. The sword is fine. The whatever's going on here is not. It's asymmetrical. There's some like the wrapping is also bad, and the little bulb at the end is not circular. This is an orca. As we know, this is what orcas look like, and everyone knows that they have these hard lines here and this gradient there. Also, the tail is sideways. It's like taking a photo or illustration and having their illumination replaced with Pixar animation frames. Yeah. Here's a llama. A poster of a llama and in space, and like the text is really fucked up because of the recompression, but a city volcano. Cannabis. A ring in the desert with a starry sky. Isn't text generally hard for image generation? Yes, Flux is the bit better about it, but it's generally a hard thing, yeah. There's a dragon. The dragon is somewhat decent, although there's like asymmetrical numbers of claws, like the spines are off. That is not how spines work. The ear gets merged into the wing. This is the only furries I'm able to get are scalies. This is a fighter jet. Everyone knows this is what fighter jets look like. This is a rainbow of bees in a flower field. This is a dog on a snowboard. Everyone knows that this is how snowboards work. When I was making a lot of these, I was trying to get a bunch of like random things. Oh yeah, this one. For this one, what I did to get this is I fed in the prompt, "Oh, glass of wine filled to the brim." This is a common thing that image generation models are bad at because the most pictures of wine they have, the glass is like half full because that's how much you fill a glass of wine. So if you ask it to fill it to the brim, then it's not going to do it. Oh, right, and this is one I fed Corey Quinn into because humans come out really cursed. This is bad. Like, just look at this. Like, hello. That's Oompa Loompa proportions. Yeah, you see? Where's the Enron logo? Yeah, I fed the Enron logo and asked for, like, sci-fi vaporwave, and it came out with this. This is another one that came out half decent. This is the Kami TV Tower in Berlin. One of my favorite buildings in Berlin. It was really nice to go into. Kilometric mouth with baby teeth inside, yeah. Okay, I want... I have a lot of thoughts about Image Playground. This is a goose on a table at a Thanksgiving party. Like, the worst part is that with a lot of these images, if you, like, you know, you have it about the size of the phone screen, it's fine. Like, if you're on a tower, if you're on, like, a desktop, I'm gonna make it smaller. And this is about what you'd see from, like, holding your phone, like, out in front of you. But when you start to look into it, everything falls to pieces. Like, what is going on with this bottle? It's getting merged into candles. Like, there's ridiculous bokeh. Like, it's like every photo is being taken at f1.4. It's Apple should have limited the resolution of their images. Yeah. Like, here's a sports field. Like, the illustration style sometimes does go hard. It's just really inconsistent. Oh, here's clouds. Like, it looks stereotypically clouds. It's fine. A lighthouse in space. More weed. More nature. The Space Needle. It looks like something else. I can't say what it is on Twitch. The Taco Fireworks Party. Yay! Taco Fireworks Party. A cake with strawberries? Like, you know, that's... A lot of the stuff looks reasonable. It's just bad. Like, I've seen better AI generations. Ah, yes, the taco smoking beer. You can't forget the taco smoking beer. I'm gonna add this one to the thing. It was 47 for the other one, right? I'm gonna start out by introducing a half-decent one. Let's start with 47. Does the taco have hooves? Oh god, it does! Oh. Oh my god. Okay, but the one that I'm going to start out with this one is this one because, like, at face glance, this is fine. It's not ideal, but this is fine. This is a fine image. It's obviously AI generated, but, like, it has stylistic cohesion, and I can't spot too many errors with it. Okay, let's call that Berlin TV Tower, and, oh, I should be doing this on stream so you can see what I'm typing. 1 second, Rooney. Okay, which upload? Upload not found? Oh, side quest. Typical Apple, arrive after everyone else did it, do it worse than everyone else, and present it as if it's the innovation of the century. True, bestie. Go install /command/upload. Squandered Holy Grail. I've used a lot of image generation models, and I'm currently working on experiments with conveyance in generative AI. feelings or moods that would take many words to explain. Here's one of my examples using stable diffusion. Here's one of my successful examples. 1.5 from 2022. Let's just embed a... Let's go with the flowers one. I think I'm going to go with the flowers one. Let me dig up the flowers one real quick. Go to media. Yeah, this one's good. This one's a good example. When I was making this, I was trying to convey the feeling of like the liberation of spring and everything blooming after a terrible punishing winter, and how you just feel happy even though it's still cold outside. Like, there's obvious issues with this. Like, as you see, there's a fence here, but then there's the character and the fence doesn't continue. You know, maybe there is a post in the fence and it transitions to another fence behind it. Like, it's not ideal, but I am using Stable Diffusion 1.5 from 2022 here. You know, like... let's go to this folder because I'm already in it, and we'll call it... call it Sakura Flower Field. AI generation is like a semi-decent amateur artist. I don't totally know about that one, Chief. If you put the effort, yeah. If you put in the effort, you can get decent results. But like, this image is a combination of like 12 AI models, several generation steps, a lot of denoising, and like I put in a fair amount of effort to make this happen. Like, I had sketches involved, I had ControlNet, I had like ControlNet guided upscaling. Like, there was a significant amount of effort that went into making this that does not show, because like all you get at the end is the product. What do I call it? Sakura Flower Field. Only the woman and a couple of flowers are in focus. Made with stable diffusion 1.5. I made this using a stack of about 11 to 12 models in a complex diffusion flow. Using stable diffusion 1.5 from 2022. From late 2022. Using a stable diffusion 1.5 fine tune from late 2022. Let's call this the upper bound of how good you can get outputs from then, from techniques of the era. Here's one of my my image playground for the Berlin TV tower, for the East Berlin TV tower. What did I call this? Berlin TV tower. Wow, I am imaginative. Off camera, I'm loading the Berlin TV tower image so that I can write a description of it for accessibility. AI generated illustration of the East Berlin TV tower at sunset. In comparison, here's one of my image generation playground generations of the East Berlin TV tower. Okay, it's building. It generated, and let's see what it looks like on the website, or on the preview site. What am I at now? 36, 39 words. So we have more to, we have about 1,500 more words to go. Oh, I have a lot of thoughts about Image Playground. I've used a lot of image generation models, and I'm currently working on experiments with conveyance, images that convey feelings or moods that would take many words to explain, in generative AI. Here's one of my successful examples using Stable Diffusion 1.5 from 2022. I made this using a stack of about 11 to 12 models in a complex diffusion flow using a Stable Diffusion 1.5 fine-tune from late 2022. Let's call this the upper bound of how good you can get outputs from techniques of this era. There's some glaring flaws, mostly involving the continuity of the fence, but that could be explained with fence construction methods. In comparison, here's one of my image playground generations for the East Berlin TV tower. This is also pretty good. There's problems with how the sky is half midday and half sunset, and the what do you describe these as? The windows/decks have a lot of issues with many straight lines. But it'd be mostly passable at a casual glance. I'm able to see a lot more of the flaws due to my extensive experience with AI tools, but in a pinch, you probably wouldn't blink too hard at this. I hate to admit that this is heavily cherry-picked. More than most of the time, you will get horrors beyond mortal comprehension. Like this. Let's do the Oompa Loompa. We're gonna get Oompa Loompa pilled. No, wait, we're doing the hoof taco. We deserve the hoof taco. Fuck. I absolutely love. I have Control W in my goddamn muscle memory. I have to be very careful not to press the up key in when I'm typing export, because I will leak credentials and that will take a long time to rotate them all. Dir-env is a godsend with conditional exports. Yeah, I just created this folder in the middle of the stream, though. An AI-generated illustration of a taco smoking beer at a party. Okay. This is horrifying. I can put a dir-env in my blog folder, but this folder with all the Apple Intelligence photos in it is not in my blog folder. This is horrifying. I don't even know where to begin in talking about all of the things that are off or wrong with this image. Mind you, this is just with plain text prompts. You can add people to these images. The people range from using a photo of yourself is a great way to experience what dysmorphia feels like. Here's one of Corey Quinn doing his trademark gremlin smile. We'll call this one oompaloompa.hake. By the way, HEIC, that's pronounced hake, as in make with an H. Of a man smiling. You know what? Let's load generated image 46 for you, or what is it? 44. You get to see generated image 44 while I'm writing this description, so that you understand what I'm seeing. From the title, I guess your opinion is mostly negative, even beyond the image generation. Yes. Yes. Of a man smiling. The proportions are disturbing. The soulless eyes peer into you and make you contemplate the meaning, where the value or effort into AI image generation has gone, and what good for humanity could have been done with that money and effort. His pupils are square. Like his teeth. I cannot believe that this is a shipped product from Apple. I cannot believe that this is a shipped product from Apple. I genuinely am stunned. Let's link to his Blue Sky. Oh, I haven't told Corey that I did this. He's going to find out what everyone else does, and he's probably going to be horrified. Oh, he is QuinnyPig.com, right? Now do an image, playground image of its ship sailing on an apple. Will it do that? No, it just gets a ship. What the hell is going on over there? Okay, I think that this music is perfect because, like, a lot of vaporwave is based on irony and, like, taking existing, like, text and transforming it to convey other messages. This is from the company that refused to ship so many things that we'll never hear about. This is from the company that defined the idea of having a vision-based product, of having a product vision so strong that they were willing to accuse people of holding a device wrongly, rather admit they messed up. And now every company out there is going to copy this with open weights models and make that don't look like horrifying monsters. Let me upload another one where I added some vaporwave CGA. Fuck, I did it again. So what I'm doing is I'm hitting Control W to unword, and what that's doing is it's causing VS Code to close the terminal tab, because Control W means close tab. I don't have this problem on Mac because all of those commands are done with the command key. Yes, a part of the problem is I do use Atwin, and Atwin. I've never heard it pronounced. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. And if I arrow up, I will leak secrets to you, and I don't want to do that. It's probably because I put it into an editor tab in order to make it easier to look at on the stream and not divide the already very small window into half. Pastels and anime collide with traditional ukiyo-e art to create the feeling of merging oneself with technology. Yeah, defo closes it in the editor tab. Type over the terminal window, I put on a second monitor. Yeah, but I want you to see what commands I'm typing, because I think that looks more fun. let me just make a... Let me just make something with Flux Pro real... Flux Pro real quick. Flux Pro real quick. Flux Pro real quick. Wow, why am I so bad at this? I'm going to say a cartoon illustration of the Berlin TV tower at sunset. The sky has many shades of gold and red as it fades to twilight. Head's heart of gold. It had a heart of gold. Oh, that came out absolutely incredible in comparison. Holy crap. Okay, I need to put this on the stream because it's like... Oh my goodness, it is so much better. Like, look at this. Like, yeah, there's more obvious signs that it's AI generated, but like... Just look at this in comparison. Like, obviously this is with a bigger model, but holy crap. Okay, we're renaming this to... With a tiny bit of compression, I'm honestly not sure if I could tell if that isn't AI generated. Like the ways that I can tell are mostly like small details, like the text here is kind of fucked up. Like a human would also fuck that up at that distance. Like the lines here don't make sense. The crane is really messed up. Like it's very difficult to tell. It is very difficult. But you can tell. Let me just paste the exact prompt in there. Okay, let me just regenerate that as PNG, and I'll put it in the patron Discord. Because holy crap, like this is unironically an amazing output. Does it say what seed it used? It did. Okay, so playground, more seed, paste, images 1 PNG. Yes. Okay. That image costs. This image costs 6 cents to generate. Okay. Oh my god, that's just such a good result, though. Okay, so then we'll go up here and we'll wait for this to finish rebuilding. We're at 4,000 words. Okay, so we're getting near the end of this. Image Playground. I have a lot of thoughts about Image Playground. I've used a lot of image generation models, and I'm currently working on experiments with conveyance, images that convey feelings or moods that would take many words to explain, in generative AI. Here's one of my successful examples. Yeah. I made this using a stack of about 11 to 12 models in a complex diffusion flow using a stable diffusion 1.5 fine-tune from late 2022. Let's call this the upper bound of how good you can get outputs from techniques of the era. There's some glaring flaws, mostly involving the continuity of the fence, but that could be explained with some fence construction methods. In comparison, here's one of my image generation playgrounds of the East Berlin TV tower. Let's just add a at sunset. This is also pretty good. There's problems with how the sky is half day and half sunset, and the windows/decks have a lot of issues with many straight lines, but it'd be mostly passable at a casual glance. I'm able to see a lot more of the flaws due to my extensive experience with AI tools, but in a pinch you probably wouldn't blink too hard at this. I hate to admit that this is heavily cherry-picked. Most of the time you will get horrors beyond mortal comprehension like this. The hooves of the taco, though. Like, an AI-generated illustration of a taco smoking beer at a party. The taco has hooves for feet and hands. It uses a placid corporate art style and communicates nothing. This is horrifying. I don't even know where to begin in talking about all the things that are off or wrong with this image. Mind you, this is just with plain text prompts. You can add people to these images. Using a photo of yourself is a great way to experience what dysmorphia feels like. Here's one of Corey Quinn doing his typical gremlin smile. An AI-generated image illustration of a man smiling. The proportions are disturbing. The soulless eyes peer into you and make you contemplate where the effort into AI image generation has gone and what good for humanity could have done with that money and effort. His pupils are square, like his teeth. I cannot believe that this is a shipped product from Apple. I genuinely am stunned. What the hell is going on over there? This is from the company that refused to ship so many things we'll never hear about. This is from the company that defined the idea of having a vision-based product, of having a product vision so strong they were willing to accuse people of holding a device wrongly rather than admit they messed up. And now every other company out there is going to copy those with open weights models and make things that don't look like horrifying monsters. While you get the Oompa Loompas of doom staring into your soul on iPhones, the rest of the industry is going to be able to make aesthetically pleasing things like this. Mind you, that's made with tools from 2022. It's only gotten better with newer models like Flux Pluro. An AI-generated illustration of a blue-haired anime woman. An AI-generated illustration of a blue-haired anime woman vibing in the vaporwave skies. There's a heavily restricted palette of pink, blue, brown, white, and black. Pastels and anime collide with traditional ukiyo-e art to create the feeling of merging oneself with technology. It's only gotten better with newer models like Flux Pro. A cartoon illustration of the Berlin TV tower at sunset. The sky has many shades of gold and red as it fades to twilight. All this manufactured outrage feels like you're try-harding to get on the Orange site. Okay, so what I have found is when I try hard to get on the Orange site, I don't. And this is anti-meta, so it won't get on the Orange site. Okay, let's... Back in November, I had a strange dream. If you know me well enough, you know that when I have a strange dream, that usually means that something wild happened. In this dream, I had a conversation with Steve Jobs about product design, the philosophy of Apple enabling people to be creative, but the most salient point we discussed was this. What was it? The real way that technology can change lives is by acting as a bicycle for the mind, a way to take humanity's latent creativity and allow them to focus it and employ it into something that makes their lives better. Imagine picking up a guitar and creating a song just by purely feeling out the notes and working it into a melody from what just feels right. Based on what you've described, generative AI is useless for that because it removes all the creative control when going from A to B. And at most, generative AI is useless for that. If anything, the human cost seems like that it would outweigh any process gains from being able to draw a cat on the moon faster. Generative AI is completely useless as a product unto itself, but could be a part of a larger project in some way. It should never be the selling point. If Apple Intelligence were something like an API, but then again, it wouldn't be the Apple way. Oh God, yes, there's no intelligence kit. There's not an intelligence kit. If there was intelligence kit, it would be so much more forgivable because then developers could play with it and fix it. But no, you can't. Like, you don't have any ways to just directly call the models yourself. It's just so frustrating. It'd be better if there was an intelligence kit or something, but there isn't. It all just feels half-baked and worthless. Like they were forced to release it out of obligation, not out of choice. Let me just link to the JPEG of it. Breaking this apart, what does being able to make a terrible illustration of the Berlin TV Tower in a second or two really net us in terms of enabling creativity? You get a single final output. You don't get the layers to edit things like the color grading of the sky. Sure, it'd be useful for low effort social media posts, but this is not a product. It is a tech demo. And not even a good one. It'd be amazing if this was released 3 years ago, but it is 2025, not 2022. God, it still is weird to say it is 2025. Like, I fundamentally understand how time works and how time increases monotonically. Oh, there's an ad break. Okay. If generative AI is not a product, then what is it really useful for? I know how to use it in Creative Flows because I already have the training needed to be an artist. I know how to use it in research environments due to having years of experience throwing science at the wall to see what sticks. I understand these tools and what they are good and bad at. This is why all of my AI illustrations that I like, that I put effort into, end up with an anime inspired art style. This is why all of my AI illustrations that I put effort into end up with an anime inspired art style, because recreating humans photorealistically gets you inhuman monsters 7 times out of 10. I think that it's better to view generative AI as an implementation detail, not the critical identity of the product. One of the best ways to understand a product is to start taking things away. If you take color out of a word processor, you still have a word processor. If you take font choice, if you take format, like bold or italic formatting, if you take bold or italic formatting out of a word processor, you still have a word processor. If you take font selection out of a word processor, you still have a word processor. If you take away the display output from a word processor, you have a typewriter instead of a word processor. The core of a word processor is being able to see on the screen what you would see on the page before you hit print. Thus, the core of a word processor is being able to see on the screen what you would see on the page before you hit print. Take one of the things I'm working on in my own. Some of the later typewriters / earliest word processors will only be able to process individual lines at a time. Yeah, I realize I'm being overly reductive and pedantic here. I'm trying to illustrate a point, not have it be like perfectly accurate. One of the longer running projects I'm working on involves using AI techniques to do what did I call it? Let me just find a comment on Reddit real quick. Qualitative data coding. One of the longer running projects I'm working on involves using AI techniques to do qualitative data coding on free text responses about vague sensations such as meditation or any qualia that come up during certain kinds of meditation. This is a technique that fundamentally does not require AI to function. It's usually done by PhD / grad students that hate every minute of doing it. But I want to see if generative AI could be used to get 80% as good as a human with at most 20% of the effort. I didn't understand that last paragraph. Yeah, I need to rewrite this. This is a first draft version of this paragraph. If this works and if this works, I'd be willing to publish a null result. I think that this could help people get more science done quicker without having to have as much drudgery. Without as much drudgery involved in analyzing data, or as much domain expertise required of the researchers. In terms of where I think generative AI is actually useful, it's in places that are not as flashy or exciting. Think data analysis. Qualitative data coding, data entry, image summarization, or image, not summarization, reading data out of images and things along that nature. I've been working with a fellow Redditor on a study involving people's experiences of meditation and the difficult to describe sensations that come up. We want to use generative AI to try and categorize those sensations and see if we can get an effective result. Without as much drudgery involved. I'll have more news about this by June. It'll involve publishing a paper or two. In actual journals. Okay, let's write the conclusion. How do you wrap this up? This article feels a bit rambly, but, like... Okay, so let's... Actually... Conclusion. What do we what do we call this? You know what? Just for my own amusement, write a conclusion for this article. It's too long for ChatGPT's context window. Oh, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. So, I think that Apple Intelligence is a failure of a product from an implementation standpoint. This is frustrating because the foundation they are building on top of is nearly invincible. All data is processed on device as much as possible. Everything that can't be processed on device is put into frontier grade security practices. Everything that can't be processed in your device is put into frontier grade security practices to make sure it's as private as possible. As private and encrypted as possible. The thing that sucks about it is that they made the holy grail of trusted compute, of remotely tested trusted compute, and then made the end result so much worse to use than manually making your own integrations with Ollama on the same device. Using a I don't know if I want to call it competent models, but I need like a term for like better. Oh, we ran out of music. We need more. Using models that are so much better than what you get. Just as private. Okay, this is a long boy. I just can't help but imagine what it could have been. I know that the Apple we have would never do that, but I just can't help but wonder. Apple spends untold amounts of money trying to create things, and they get beaten by a bunch of people in caves with boxes of scraps and consumer GPUs. You know, maybe that's why the open source community will always win here. Apple has no real limits. The open source community has to milk everything they can get out of the hardware they have. If you don't they're withered requires them to use lateral thinking. I'm going to link to the Gunpei Yokoi lateral thinking with wizard hardware Wikipedia page. Overall, more efficient software scales better with hardware than proprietary software. Yeah. Let's let this build, and then let's go in and let's do a read through. You all ready for the read through? I think this might just end up being 4,000 words because this feels like a good place to stop. So, a while ago, I got really frustrated at my Samsung S7. It was failing to hold a battery charge or having issues with the Wi-Fi or DNS over LTE or something, and I reached a breaking point where I bust over to Bellevue Square and bought an iPhone 7. It was my first Apple product that I've ever bought with my own money, and my first non-Android phone since I used Windows Mobile 6 on a T-Mobile Dash. Oh, it didn't upload the thing. Okay, let's rebuild that real quick. I want to make sure that I'm reading the most recent version of it. Also, if you remember using Windows Mobile, go Go get a colonoscopy. Colon cancer kills way too many people way too soon. Needless to say, I loved it at first sight, and all my phones since have been iPhones. The camera is good enough that I have to go out of my way to make my actual cameras different from what you can get on an iPhone. Hell, the iPhone is a fully capable cinema camera these days. It's easily been one of the best technology moves I've ever done for my creative career. The device enables me to do things and create memories of them to share with others. Bicycles for the mind. Way back in the day, Steve Jobs, one of the co-founders of Apple, described the vision of Apple computers like this. I read a study that measured the efficiency of locomotion for various species on the planet. The condor used the least energy to move a kilometer, and humans came in with a rather unimpressive showing about a third of the way down the list. But then somebody at Scientific American had the insight to test the efficiency of locomotion for a man on a bicycle, and a human on the bicycle blew the condor away. A computer is the most remarkable tool we've ever come up with. It is the equivalent of a bicycle for our minds. Apple computers aim to make it easier for people to be creative while spending less energy to do it. One of the big things that Apple made the Macintosh for was typography. With that, they made MacWrite, one of the two programs that shipped with every Macintosh computer for free. If you were used to having to write documents out by hand or use a typewriter to make them, a typewrite. The leap to something like a word processor is so amazingly vast that it's difficult for anyone younger than me to comprehend it. We've had them all our lives. Is so amazingly vast that it's difficult for someone younger than me to comprehend it. We've had them all our lives. Imagine not being able to reliably use the backspace key when you're writing a document. Imagine a world where all you could do was just write more text. Sure, there were ways to cover up a mistyped letter, but they were vastly more inconvenient than just ignoring it or retyping the word and crossing out the wrong one by hand. Word processors let you use the backspace key to delete text, and then look at the screen to get a reasonable approximation of what the printed document would look like before you print it. To say that this enables a vastly different kind of creative process is like saying that water makes things damp. Word processors like MacWrite absolutely transformed the ways that everyone used computers. They were bicycles for the mind, and without them, our world would be starkly different. I shudder to imagine that NaNoWriMo would be a thing without word processors. Intelligence as a faucet. In June 2024, Apple announced Apple Intelligence, a set of features aimed at making your smartphones smart. The biggest things that stood out to me was this example of what Apple Intelligence was going to enable in Siri. Play that podcast my wife sent the other day. If they could really just correlate things, categorize links, and make all of that context visible to Siri, that would be fundamentally transformative in ways that the word processor would be to people that didn't have it before. Everything else done with it would be added bonuses or party tricks on the side. The real benefit would be being able to search through all your digital life across every app with simple queries and then have your phone do things for you. Sure, Craig's example was playing a podcast, but the basic idea holds for other types of media too. Share those pics from San Francisco to Instagram. All this context that everything is building up would finally be useful to the users instead of just useful to the companies making all of the apps we use. They wanted to make all Apple devices to be able to tap into intelligence as a faucet, the same way that Spotify lets you tap into music as a faucet, and that the AWS API lets you tap into compute as a faucet. This is massive, and if it was pulled off right, it would be the new standard that companies like Samsung and Google would clone the same way they cloned the hardware and software design of the iPhone. Then they casually dropped the holy grail of trusted compute. But in order to understand why it's so big, we need to take a little detour into the modern user's view of the internet. Twitch chat may be the closest thing to typing without backspace. IRC is in general. Although I can delete Twitch chat messages, I can't... The as a faucet is kind of hard to understand. this is something that I've been meaning to go into in more detail. I'm going to just leave it as like the as a faucet thing there as a like vague, unexplained thing, and I will explain it in more detail in a future post. It's like it's like the as a faucet thing is something that I've been wordsmithing for a while, and I haven't fully baked yet, so bear with me. Apps as thin as reception. One of the biggest problems with modern applications is that they are thin shells around web services. When you open the Instagram or Blue Sky apps, your phone makes a request to their servers and then shows you posts when it gets a response. You don't know or care how those responses are getting made. You just know that when you open the app, you get content, and that makes you happy. However, when you don't have Signal, you don't have the app. Go on an airplane, and once you run out of reception, the app is worthless. You can't queue posts to be made when you get back into Signal. You can't view posts that were available to you before you lost connection. You can't even view things that you just posted in some cases. The app breaks, and you are slowly alienated from your data, one photo at a time. This is the way nearly every single app on my phone works, with only two exceptions: Signal and everything Apple makes. If you want to read more about how the modern user's experience with the internet is like, check out Ed Zitron's Never Forgive Them. As every single platform we use is desperate to juice growth from every user, everything we interact with is hyper-monetized through plugins, advertising, and microtransactions, and other things that constantly gnaw at the user experience. We load websites expecting them to be broken, especially on mobile, because every single website has to have 15 plus different ad trackers, video ads that cover large chunks of the screen, all while demanding our email or for us to let them send notifications. Not to mention, you don't know how the services that power your apps work. The market at large does not want to pay for chat apps or social media. Running chat programs and social media apps is mind-bogglingly expensive. Venture capital only lasts so long, and the companies have to make money somehow. The big pile of user data starts to look like a really good thing to mine in order to make a profit. Let me just delete this outline here. This stands in stark contrast, the holy grail of trusted compute. This stands in stark contrast to the goal of something like Apple Intelligence. When possible, Apple Intelligence will run on your device. Apple went out of their way to make it possible and easy to run large language models and other AI models on your device without having to make too many compromises in the process. If something is done on your device, or at least on hardware that you can look at, like a Mac Mini in your office, then the computation is infinitely more private than anything involving making requests to the outside world. In Apple's WWDC keynote, they claimed that they had a system called Private Cloud Compute that would enable the users to have the same privacy guarantees, or more, when making requests out over the network as they did for computations running on their own local devices. This seemed impossible to me. From what I know about how the web service sausage is made, it seems impossible to have all of these guarantees at the same time. User data is only used to fulfill requests and then erased. The load balancing infrastructure doesn't know who is making a request and what server it is going to. Researchers are able to inspect and verify the private cloud compute system and what server it is going to. Researchers are able to inspect and verify the private cloud compute system and simulate it on their laptops. Apple's site reliability staff does not have privileged access to private cloud compute nodes, and logging is minimized at the compiler level. An attacker cannot reliably figure out which node is being used to make any request from any user. If you have any modicum of site reliability experience, this seems like an unsatisfiable set of constraints. It seems literally impossible. Yet, here they are, claiming that they have done it. Quick water break. The technical details of how they pulled this off is well worth reading, if only because it is the first time I have ever seen any company's AI product team put together a cogent security model and release that security model to the public. TLDR. They x-ray the hardware at every step of the assembly process and compare that to reference images in order to combat threats from factory workers adding unapproved hardware to the boards of the servers. You can set up your own local copy of a private cloud compute node and punish it with all the hellfire you want to see if you can break it and get root. Apple will pay you a lot of money if you can. The hardware certification process involves a lot of unrelated people in unrelated departments of Apple. Every private cloud compute node is rigged to not only decertify itself when power is removed, they also rig the main power to the board for the board to the chassis intrusion switch. Open the server, power gets cut, and the node is decertified. Every time your devices make a request to private cloud compute, they record the node ID that was used to fulfill it, and you can go in and verify that all the nodes your device used are still certified. The production OS images are free for the public to download and not encrypted in any way. Every package that makes up the important parts of the OS are split into two types, code and data. You cannot mix code into a data package or vice versa. This is literal madness in comparison to how most other AI products are run. Most of the time, an AI product is run on some GPUs you get that run some firmware you probably haven't tested or verified, even though everyone with access to the GPU can reflash the firmware from software, with bog standard Nginx or something choosing to route your requests to a service running somewhere without any real guarantees that the service is not logging and storing literally everything you put into it. From a user privacy standpoint, it's basically the same thing as using Instagram. You assume that everything is being logged and used to make money somehow. Apple is standing in stark opposition and saying, no, we ain't doing that, and then backing it all up with code as well as detailed documentation for how they pull it all off. They also released the source code for the security critical parts of private cloud compute openly on GitHub. This is the holy grail for remotely attested trust in compute. This OS is the kind of thing that Richard Stallman was warning about in The Right to Read. You don't get root there. You don't get a compiler. You don't get a debugger. You don't get anything but the ability to run software that was shipped with the OS image. If this OS were shipped to consumers, you would have a nearly unhackable system that would make it basically impossible to tinker with. There are many reasons why you would want such a thing in the era of phone scamming the elderly, but it would make it difficult for people like me to be developed with it. However, for something like Private Compute Cloud, it's a perfect match. All the computer can do is known in advance, and nothing is allowed to happen. This makes it a lot easier to ensure the privacy guarantees are that. Guarantees. It's really frustrating that this foundation of trusted compute is being squandered. I wish I had an OS like Private Compute Clouds, or Private Cloud Computes. I wish I had an OS like Private Cloud Computes as an option for building production systems. What we got. When we got the first batch of Apple Intelligence features at the end of October 2024. I'm going to add, they've been advertised as if they are all out. They got advertised as if they were all out. With that, we got writing tools to help you summarize and rewrite text. Summaries for notifications, web pages, and emails. Cleanup in case you want to remove things from photos. The ability to search for photos based on their contents. Siri being able to search through the documentation for your device, and math notes to let you solve equations in the Notes app. Later we got image playground and email categorization. The mythical personal context is omnipresent in the advertising. And yet somehow it's not launched yet. I'm going to break down my feelings about each of these features into their own little sections after having used them somewhat extensively. Math Notes. I just want to start out by saying that out of all of these features, the one I love the most is Math Notes. Holy crap, Math Notes is incredible. It lets you type out things like this. Rent equals 2,300, family size equals 2, rent divided by family size equals... And then the Notes app will just insert 1150 after that last equal sign. It's fantastic. I end up using this to do basic computation with variables, including terrible estimates for how much money I'm spending versus making. It's probably one of the best features made for any Apple device ever. Oh, it does it with handwriting? Oh, I haven't tried that yet. I should. Okay, that's really good to know. Oh, right, that was announced. I just don't normally write on my iPad with my pencil because there's not enough friction and it doesn't feel like I'm writing on anything. Writing tools. I'm gonna start out by saying that I'm not the target audience for writing tools. I've written a bunch of articles on my blog, and frankly, I don't need help from an AI model in order to write. I have a bigger problem not writing than I do with writing. With that in mind, writing tools is basically useless for me. It's just a way to get a slightly worse version of what I already have the ability to make myself, but better. Using writing tools makes me feel the worst side effects of existing AI tools and how they replace the creative process instead of adding to it. When I put text through writing tools like in an opaque answer, I don't get layers into the answer or steerability beyond make this professional or turn this into a table. I just get a blob of text that can be painful to read. For example, I asked writing tools to summarize that last paragraph, and here's what I got. Writing tools unavailable. Certain capabilities are unavailable at this time. Try again later. You can't make this up. I asked it to make it friendlier, and I got this. Using writing tools has some serious drawbacks. It feels like it's taking away the creative process instead of enhancing it. When I put text into writing tools, I get a generic response that lacks depth and customization options. It's like getting a one-size-fits-all answer that's hard to follow and doesn't allow for much creativity. It can be useful for taking a bunch of ranting I do on stream and turning that into an outline I can use for a starting point in writing, but it does a terrible job of doing the writing for me. I imagine that for other people that don't have extensive English experience, that'd be a lot more useful, but I don't know how useful it is for me. Having you read it aloud is a different experience. Yeah, I think I might do, like, reading of my articles and, like, attach audio files somehow. I need to figure out how to do that. Notification, message, and email summaries. This is the biggest thing that sounds like a good idea until you actually implement it and use it with it. I'm just going to put that with... This is one of the biggest things that sounds like a good idea until you actually implement it. End of sentence. The core idea is that when you get a bunch of notifications from your apps, you have a stack of things that can be tedious to go through. A summary is easier to digest and gets the point across much easier. This works great until it doesn't. Here's the summary of a scam text message I got as I was writing this post. A message summary. Package delivery delayed due to incomplete address information. This phrases a literal scam message in ways that make me think immediate action is required. You can see how this doesn't scale, right? It has gotten to the point where the news has reported on how notification summary made people think a suspect in custody killed themselves. Even more, if you have Apple Intelligence enabled for some of the other features, but disable notification summaries because you find them worthless, you get your notifications delayed up to 5 seconds. It's kind of depressing that telling your computer to do less work makes the result take longer than doing more work. Additionally, none of the summarization features work on my iPhone, and I can't be bothered to figure out why and fix it. I personally don't find them useful. I just leave them enabled on my MacBook so that notification delivery is not affected. Cleanup. I don't like cleanup from a philosophical standpoint. I'm a photographer. When I frame a shot and take it, I want the data coming off the sensor to be the data that makes up the image. I want to avoid as much processing as possible, and I want the photo to be a reflection of reality as it is, not reality as it should have been. Sure, sometimes I'll do color correction or cropping in post, but that doesn't change the content of the image, only its presentation. Cleanup is best explained by this famous photo editing example. A picture of Joseph Stalin, former prime minister of the Soviet Union, next to Nikolai Yezhov, before and after being removed from Soviet history after being purged. This tool allows you to capture a moment in time as you wish it happened, not as it actually happened. I don't like this from a philosophical standpoint. I'd much rather capture things as they were. As such, I haven't used Cleanup, and I can't talk about it anymore. Image Playground. I have a lot of thoughts about Image Playground. I've used a lot of image generation models, and I'm currently working on experiments with conveyance, images that convey feelings or moods that would take many words to explain, in generative AI. Here's one of my successful examples. A picture of a brown-haired anime woman smiling in a field of blooming pink flowers. Heavy depth of field so only the woman and a couple of flowers are in focus. Made with Stable Diffusion 1.5 and Comfy UI. I made this with a stack of about 11 to 12 models in a complex diffusion flow using a Stable Diffusion 1.5 fine-tune from late 2022. Let's call this the upper bound of how good you can get outputs from techniques of the era. There's glaring flaws, mostly involving the continuity of the fence, but that could be explained with fence construction methods, I guess. In comparison, here's one of my image playground generations of the East Berlin TV tower at sunset. An AI-generated illustration of the East Berlin TV tower at sunset. Oh, there's an ad in 54 seconds. This is also pretty good, but there's problems with how the sky is half midday and half sunset. One of these days you need to put your workflow for your AI images. Yeah, I think I might actually do a stream where I just build one of those workflows from scratch, because I think that would be more interesting to see than like the workflow itself. Because a lot of the process of how I build these images is that I like play around with the settings and do very low quality generations, and then I'll gradually like increase the quality once I get something I like. Because the playing around and getting the first drafts that are decent is the part that is actually like art in it. The ad's about to start, just so you're aware. I'm going to be reading most of the image playground section during it. This is also pretty good. There's problems with how the sky is half midday and half sunset, and the windows and decks have a lot of issues with many straight lines. But it'd be mostly passable at a casual glance. I'm going to add, especially on a phone. Especially on a phone screen. I'm able to see a lot more of the flaws due to my extensive experience with AI tools, but in a pinch you probably wouldn't blink too hard at this. I hate to admit that this is heavily cherry-picked. Most of the time, you will get horrors beyond mortal comprehension like this. An AI-generated illustration of a taco smoking beer at a party. The taco has hooves for feet and hands. It uses a placid corporate art style and communicates nothing. Also, okay. This is horrifying. I don't even know where to begin in talking about all the things that are off or wrong with this image. I also don't think that you would need special training or experience to understand what is wrong with this image. Mind you, this is just with plain text prompts. You can add people to these images. Using a photo of yourself is a great way to experience what dysmorphia feels like. Here's one of Corey Quinn doing his typical gremlin smile. An AI-generated illustration of a man smiling. The proportions are disturbing. The soulless eyes peer into you. An AI-generated illustration of a man smiling. The proportions are disturbing. The soulless eyes peer into you and make you contemplate where the effort into AI image generation has gone and what good for humanity could have been done with that money and effort. His pupils are square, like his teeth. I cannot believe that this is a shipped product from Apple. I genuinely am stunned. What the hell is going on over there? This is from the company that refuses to ship so many things that we'll never hear about. This is from the company that defined the idea of having a vision-based product, of having a product vision so strong that they were willing to accuse people of holding a device wrongly rather than admit they messed up. And now every company out there is going to copy this with open weights models and make things that don't look like horrifying monsters, while you get the Oompa Loompas of doom staring into your soul on the iPhones. The rest of the industry is going to be able to make aesthetically pleasing things like this. An AI-generated illustration of a blue-haired anime woman vibing in the vaporwave skies. There's a heavily restricted palette of pink, blue, brown, white, and black. pastels in anime collide with traditional ukiyo-e art to create the feeling of merging oneself with technology. Mind you, again, that's made with tools from 2022. It's only gotten better with newer models like Flux Pro. A cartoon illustration of the Berlin TV tower at sunset. The sky has many shades of gold and red as it fades to twilight. I'm going to clarify what intelligence kit means. It's not the same company that made the I think part of the fundamental problem with Apple is that Steve Jobs died. Like, if Steve Jobs went with traditional cancer treatment instead of alternative medicine, he'd still be alive today, and Apple would be a different company. Apple is a fashion and lifestyle company at this point, I think. It's frustrating. It'd be better if there was an intelligent kit for developers to be creative with the models or something, but there isn't. It all just feels half-baked, like they were forced to release it out of obligation to shareholders, not out of choice or product vision. Generative AI is not a product. Back in September, I had a strange dream. If you know me well enough, you know that when I have a strange dream, that usually means something wild happened. In this dream, I had a conversation with Steve Jobs about product design, the philosophy of Apple enabling to be creative, but the most salient point we discussed was this. The real way that technology can change lives is by acting as a bicycle for the mind, a way to take humans' latent creativity and allow them to focus it and employ it into something that makes their lives better. Imagine picking up a guitar and creating a song purely by feeling out the notes and working it into a melody just from what feels right. Based on what you described, most generative AI is useless for that, because it removes all the creative control when going from A to B. If anything, the human cost seems like that it would outweigh any process gains from being able to draw a cat on the moon faster. Generative AI is completely useless as a product unto itself, but could probably be a part of a larger product in some way. It should never be the selling point. Steve Jobs, in a dream, September 2024. Breaking this apart, what does being able to make a terrible illustration of the Berlin TV tower in a second or two really net us in terms of enabling creativity? You get a single final output. You don't get the layers to edit things like the color grading of the sky. I mean, sure, it'd be useful for low-effort social media posts, but this is not a product. This is a tech demo, and not even a good one. It'd be amazing if this was released 3 years ago. But it's 2025, not 2022. If generative AI is not a product, then what is it really useful for? I know how to use it in creative flows because I already have the training needed to be an artist. I know how to use it in research environments due to have experience of throwing science having years of experience throwing science at the wall to see what sticks. I understand these tools and what they are good and bad at. This is why all my AI illustrations that I put effort into end up with an anime-inspired art style, because rendering humans photorealistically gets you inhuman monsters 7 times out of 10. I think that it's better to view generative AI as an implementation detail, not the critical identity of the product. One of the best ways to understand a product is to start taking things away. If you take the color out of a word processor, you still have a word processor. If you take bold or italic formatting out of a word processor, you still have a word processor. If you take font selection out of a word processor, you still have a word processor. If you take away the display output from a word processor, you have a typewriter instead of a word processor. The core of a word processor is being able to see on the screen what you would see on the page before you hit print. I should add something here like... I'm adding something about why ChatGPT works. The core of why ChatGPT works as a product isn't the AI. It's the experience of each word being typed one at a time by the AI and saving your conversations with the AI for later. Where should we use generative AI? In terms of where I think generative AI is actually useful, it's in places that are not as flashy or exciting. Think data analysis, qualitative data coding, data entry, reading data out of images, and things along that nature. I've been working with a fellow Redditor on a study involving people's experiences of meditation and the difficult to describe sensations that come up. We want to use generative AI to try and categorize these sensations and see if we can get an effective result without as much drudgery involved as you'd get doing it by hand. Okay, I probably need to rewrite this sentence, but we want to use generative AI to try and categorize those sensations and see if we can get an effective result without as much drudgery involved as you'd get doing it by hand. I'll have more news about this in June. It'll involve publishing a paper or two in actual journals. Conclusion. I think that Apple Intelligence is a failure of a product from an implementation standpoint. This is frustrating because the foundation that they are building on top of is nearly invincible. All data is processed on device as much as possible. Everything that can't be processed on your device is put into frontier grade security practices to make sure everything that can't be processed on your device is put into frontier grade security processes to make sure it's as private and encrypted as possible. The thing that sucks about this is that they made the holy grail of remotely attested trusted compute and then made the end result so much worse to use than manually making your own integrations with Ollama on the same device. Using Ollama makes you pick models that are just so much better than what you can get with Apple Intelligence. And it'd be just as private. I just can't help but imagine what it could have been. I know the Apple we have would never do that, but I just can't help but wonder. Apple spends untold amounts of money trying to create things, and they get beaten by a bunch of people in caves with boxes of scraps and consumer GPUs. You know, maybe that's why the open source community will always win here. Apple has no real limits. The open source community has to milk everything they can get out of the hardware they have. Their withered hardware requires them to use lateral thinking to get what they want, and they'll pretty much always win. And they'll pretty much always win because then they can deploy their creations into production with zero modifications. Okay, let's refresh. Oh, I am above 5,000 words. Yay, we hit the bar. The thing I don't know about this is, like, one of the things I try to do with my posts is to try to avoid, like, things just looking the same if you scroll through the entire post really quick, because, like, this first part, like, there's a lot of text. Let's see if we could do something to break up the walls of text. What is it? It's like, It's that one thing that let you run Mac OS in your browser. Like, I know a former coworker of mine made it. You optimize for Zoomer, TikTok, routed attention span. Like, yeah, basically. No, that's too new. I need oh, what's it called? It's that one thing that lets you run Mac OS in the like old versions of Mac OS in the browser. Infinite Mac. Thank you. You win. You win a taco. Customize disk. Okay. Oh, MacWrite. Yeah, that's what we want. It appeases my narcissistic ass whenever a streamer concedes a point I made jokingly. Okay. Okay, now it's typing test time. Oh, Goodreads. Stop giving me modal pop-ups. Okay, and then I'm going to drag a rectangle around this, and I'm going to embed that in the article. It's saved in the screenshots folder. Okay, let's find out where the screenshots folder is. You can't see it, but I have my left hand on my chin and I am pondering. Here we go. And we'll drag this into this folder and we will wait 1 billion years. The conclusion from the Freya video is basically, up until now, new tech was things that we used to do stuff, and AI is tech that uses us to do stuff for corporations. Yeah, I think I'm basically at the same conclusion that Freya is without having seen her video yet. Let's call it macwrite.png. Upload macwrite.png and then copy, paste. Yeah, like the problem with AI stuff is that it's a tool to add to the creative process, not a replacement for the creative process. And how it's being sold is how it's being sold and implemented is a replacement for the creative process, not a tool to add to it. Or as Steve Jobs, as Dream Guide Steve Jobs said, I should rephrase some of that. Dream jobs, yeah. You know what? Let's move the MacWrite thing up to like before the bit about word processors. Yeah, yeah, that might work better. Putting this screenshot right here might make the message work better. You're gonna upload. How are you failing to? Okay, there we go. I was about to say, how are you failing to upload this? It's going from my tower to a computer under my desk. That should not categorically fail. Let me scroll up and see if I can just get a screenshot of the Apple Keynote segment. That might work here. Pro tip, and here's the secret to how I make screenshots that look nice. I zoom in with the browser a couple steps too many, and then I'm able to get stuff that is very high resolution. The right stuff get shit is maybe the worst way to use a large language model. It's also the most popular. Yeah, I think about half the reason there is that like ChatGPT was the early killer app for this, and like ChatGPT broke the record for getting 100 million monthly active users. Yeah, and a case of good being the enemy of better. Yep, basically. Let's see if we can make this better. I need to gush about Math Notes some more, probably in a dedicated post, but like Math Notes is goated. Math Notes is so good. Math Notes is like absolutely perfect. I need to fix the text, the fixed width, width, width. Yeah, I need to fix the fixed width thing. And now it has more like. I kind of wanted to go more into like the dream I had. But I think it's better to just like talk about the important part of it and not get into the like other parts, like how it ended with him saying something like, "Oh yeah, in order to verify it's me, your friends are gonna want to see this, or gonna want to hear about this." And then he stood up, T-posed, his eyes glowed red, and then he said, "Ligma balls," and the bass note happened, and I woke up. Like, who the hell is Steve Jobs? I feel like there needs to be something at the end here after this little conversation of like the open source community will always win because Apple has no real limits and the open source community has limits and the limits make them more creative. You know, maybe this is why games for the Switch actually are games and not just like RTX graphics simulators. I don't know. I have a lot of complicated and nuanced thoughts about all this, and probably still have another 5 to 10,000 words left in me. Wish me luck. Okay, control is nice, yeah. Now the real question is, what the hell do I use as the like cover art for this? Cause like so the thing that I have in mind when trying to make an illustration for this is Shaka when the walls fell. It's a Tamarian. It's from Star Trek: The Next Generation, specifically from the episode Darmok, where they encounter a civilization that the universal translator is useless for. They understand what they are saying, they just don't know what they mean by it. And Shaka when the walls fell is the expression for failure. And you know what? Let's look in pixels. Oh yeah, I need to show Streamfox. There's an ad coming up, but I'm just going to be looking at destroyed buildings in public domain image sites, so don't worry about too much. There's some crumbling ruins. Ruins. Because, like, Shaka when the walls fell could also express ruination. Ooh, this is a good thing. It's a shame it's the wrong aspect ratio, though. Filters, horizontal. Yeah, let's go with this. And we'll call this, rename. Shaka walls fell. Okay, and let's describe this. Okay, so a crumbling ruin of a once mighty building on a hill. In Afghanistan. Let's see what identity this adds to it. Oh, right, we have to wait for the site to rebuild. And I think you're all back. Ah, there we go. That's a little tall. It might be fine. Okay, I think I need to not make a Unabomber reference in the TLDR. They squandered the Holy Grail. Apple Intelligence failed. Or why Apple Intelligence failed. Why is it a Unabomber reference? Because, like, okay, I admit that I'm kind of edgy sometimes, and I have used Unabomber jokes in my Unabomber references in my conference talks before, because I thought it was funny and it was talking about Kubernetes. I believe the most recent one I did was in MSP. I had a slide that said Kubernetes has been a disaster for the human race. Or Kubernetes and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Why Apple Intelligence failed, even though everything it's built upon is nearly perfect. Oh, wait. Oh, the Unabomber. Oh, right. Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was a mass murderer that emailed explosive devices to technology corporations and to technology executives and scientific professors, and published a manifesto in Washington Post about a vision of society called Industrial Society and Its Consequences. And It started out with something along the lines of the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. I mean, the Unabomber was kind of right the more you think about it, aside from the murder parts. Twitch mods, I am reading a message from the chat. It's their message, not mine. Yeah. This adds some flavor to it. I like this. Good old Uncle Ted. Oh yeah, also deep lore. Ted Kaczynski, closeted trans woman, never able to transition. Primitivists never have adequate answers about the disabled and the ill. Yeah, because they don't want to look bad. I think this is shippable. I have it scheduled for Monday. Gonna have some friends and advisors look over it, but I think this is mostly fine. Like, this is shippable. You know what? Maybe one change I can make is I can remove this second image, and then I can just have the Flux Pro generation at the bottom of that. And it's like, here is where the state of the art actually is. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have the let's just have the Flux Pro there. And now every company out there is going to copy this with open weights models and make things that don't look like horrifying monsters. While you get the Oompa Loompas of doom staring into your soul on iPhones, the rest of the industry is going to be able to make things like this. And then we show this image, which is very difficult to tell that it's bad. Yeah. I'm very happy with this. This is gonna be it. At the very least, even if this fails at like in its reception, I appreciate this post. Well, thanks for coming to the stream. I'm gonna go not think about things that frustrate me for a bit and probably play some Pikmin Rando on my Steam Deck off stream. And yeah. Oh yes, please suggest somebody to raid. I was gonna actually let me check if the person I usually will raid is online. Oh, he is. You know what? We're gonna raid a friend. We're gonna raid a friend of the channel. This is somebody that I had on my podcast before, and he does VR sim racing. Let me just and then have a nice day, everyone. Stay safe, stay frosty, and enjoy sim racing.